You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us live at our still fairly new City Council chambers at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia, 30336. If you are on your way here or listening, because you shouldn't be watching in the car, please drive carefully. We've had quite a few horrible accidents in the past few days with this rain. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public. This is the roll call for the May 27, 2025 City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1, will be absent, I believe, today. She did say she was going to try to call in, but at this point, she's absent. The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4, is present via Zoom. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5, is present via Zoom.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
First presentation on tonight's agenda is a discussion item, asset forfeiture, and this is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
All right, thank you. About 2 years ago, we discovered that there had been several hundred asset forfeiture cases. And our city manager was just coming in the door. I asked her at that time to please get me the status on those cases. We have since learned that I counted 297 cases, that none of those cases have been to trial yet. So the people who lost their assets as early as 2017, according to the reports that you sent me, Madam City Manager, have not had a trial. I understand that you have a presentation about the status of these today. Is that correct? You do not have that presentation? I thought you had a speaker or a presentation. Right, we have a speaker. Okay, you have a speaker. All right. They can come forward at this time, whoever that speaker is. They're en route? No, they're bringing it. Oh, they're bringing, okay. Awesome. But just to be clear, am I correct in my understanding that none of those 297 cases have been disposed of by the district attorney's office?
So that's actually a question for the chief. If it's on the spreadsheets that I sent to you, if it had no disposition case, I didn't add them all up. They're on 6 or 7 spreadsheets, but if that's the case, that's a total, that would be correct, but the chief could probably offer more specific
Chief
information.
Meadows?
We would have to run each one of those individuals and then turn that information over to you, and that would be illegal. So we're not able to do that.
Okay, so on the spreadsheet, none of the cases were disposed of. It is my understanding that none of those cases have had a trial yet. I'll let your speaker elaborate on the asset forfeiture process.
Hi. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Grant Rood. I'm from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. And I handle forfeitures in our office. And so for those unfamiliar, I'm going to go over the process of how it goes from, it gets started. So when police agencies, including the South Fulton Police Department, seize money or other property from defendants, they refer the case to us. We then evaluate the case, and if we want to proceed with forfeiture, we file, depending on what type of property was seized, we file either a notice of seizure or a complaint for forfeiture in the Fulton County Superior Court. And then, in accordance with Georgia law, we have those documents either delivered via certified mail for the notices of seizure, in person for the notice of seizure, or served by the sheriff's office or a process server for the complaints. We try to deliver these documents to as many addresses as we can find for the defendants. Most of the time, we go to the address which they've told the Fulton County clerk is their address, which they're required to, as a condition of their bond, to keep updated with the clerk. Sometimes people move, we get it, so we always try and deliver it to whatever address we can locate. If we're not able to deliver it to that person or someone located, we try again and again and again until we are confident that we've complied with Georgia law and that the notice of seizure or the complaint was delivered. Once that complaint or notice of seizure is delivered to the defendant, they have a statutory time frame in which they can object to it by sending in a claim or filing an answer to the lawsuit. Georgia law says they have 30 days, but we go above and beyond that. We typically, and it's a matter of practice, to wait until the criminal case is finished. Now, that doesn't always happen. I'll give you all some examples. So if police obtain a search warrant for a house in which drugs have been distributed out of, or prostitution has been happening, or other sorts of crime has been happening, and they go and execute that search warrant and find, say, $5,000 and kilos of cocaine and whatever other sort of stuff, guns, no one is arrested on that case because there's no one there. So there's no criminal case. So in that instance, we don't wait for a criminal case to finish because there is no criminal case. Other instances are where we don't wait for the criminal case to finish are when a defendant has a pending case in federal court. For example, we have a case now where a defendant was arrested. It may have been South Fulton, but it may have been Atlanta. He was arrested for possession of a large amount of cocaine. He was arrested here, and then he was later indicted in the Middle District of Georgia for possession of, I believe, kilograms of fentanyl. He was convicted in the Middle District of Georgia and is now serving, I believe, 35 to 40 years in federal prison out in Oklahoma. So that case is ongoing. It's finished, and so we're going to proceed with forfeiture because our case is essentially over as well. Other cases happen when maybe someone is deported and they're not going to come back to the country. But for the most part, in the vast majority of cases, we are waiting for the criminal case to finish before we petition a judge for those seized assets to be forfeited to the state of Georgia. And so we comply with Georgia law, and we go well beyond Georgia law in giving people an opportunity to respond and make a claim to the property. And that's just kind of the overview of how the forfeiture process works in Georgia and in Fulton County specifically.
All right. I'm going to, is everyone in the queue? Is anyone in the queue? All right.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, everyone is in the queue except for Councilmember Bell.
All right. I don't see any questions at this time. I do have just, all right, as Councilman Williams-Brown gets in the queue, I will ask you the same question that I've asked our staff. I've counted 297 cases referred from the city of South Fulton. Do you have a count, and do you know how many of those cases have been disposed of?
No, I do not have that count.
Okay. It's a little concerning that I've asked this question for 2 years and haven't been able to get an answer. I know you haven't been, you weren't necessarily here, but it is something that I've been asking. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you. So Mr. Mayor, you're saying that there are 297 cases where forfeiture seizure has taken place in the boundaries of the city of South Fulton. You're saying you're not sure about what the number is.
No, and I don't know where that number comes from. I'm not disputing it. I just have not seen that specific 297 number. So I can't speak on that until having seen that data.
Okay, so as you mentioned that a person who may have had property seized has the ability in 30 days to file a petition to preserve their ownership interest?
So it's not even a petition. It's if it's a notice of seizure, which is for property under $25,000. It's a 2-page notice. The second page lists what they need to do, what they need to provide, and it's a letter. It's not even a petition to the court. It's a letter to our office, and then we can evaluate that.
So when they provide a letter to your office within this 30 days, it will preserve their ability to recover that item at the disposition of the case?
Frequently, if our office decides not to go ahead with it, we try and do it well before the criminal case, because if they're out on bond, criminal cases can take a while to move its way through the system. So frequently when we return property, or we tell the agency, hey, we're not proceeding with forfeiture, that happens well before the criminal case even makes it to trial. We had a case here in South Fulton where a few $1,000s was seized next to a whole grow room of marijuana. That criminal case is still pending, but the person said the money was theirs. Their brother was operating the grow room. They were able to provide documentation, and we returned the money. And as far as I'm aware, that criminal case, like I said, is still ongoing, but that person has their money back.
So typically the type of items that are seized would be like money, cars can be seized?
Yes.
Houses can be seized?
Yes. If we can connect them substantially to specific criminal activities. Because not all crimes in Georgia allow us to move ahead with forfeiture. The crimes that allow us to move ahead with forfeiture in Georgia are crimes motivated by economic gain. So gang activity, drug dealing, human trafficking, operating a chop shop, sort of stuff like that. A case, like a domestic violence case, a driving under the influence case. We can't take someone's money if they're arrested for a DUI, if that's their only charge.
Right. So under what circumstance would that property be sold or forfeited before the disposition of the case?
Before the disposition of the criminal case, typically when there is no criminal case because it was a search of a vacant house and the owner of the house is an LLC and we're not sure who was living there, but is being operated as a drug house, or the person is serving now 45 years in federal custody for drug dealing And that was that case, and we're not proceeding with our local case when we've been working with the federal agencies. And those are the two main types. Also, when guns are seized, and it's just guns. If the person is a convicted felon, we're going to forfeit the guns because they can't get that back no matter what happens at trial. Even if they are found not guilty, they are convicted felon and cannot legally possess firearms. So we'll proceed with forfeiture of the firearms in an instance like that.
So are you aware of any circumstances in our city where people's vehicles have been forfeited before the disposition of a case?
I'm sure there are. I can't remember any off the top of my head. Sometimes what happens is, especially with some drug dealers, is that they purchase the vehicle and title it in someone else's name. And so if we're able to link it back to the person who purchased it with illegal proceeds, we can proceed with that, even though it's titled in that
Now,
person's
that's a
name.
nice hall for a reception over there. We have to,
Councilwoman
no.
Bell, can you please mute? Or Catherine, or whoever?
Yeah, so in an instance like that, if we're able to prove that the vehicle was purchased with illegal gains but titled in someone else's name, we'll provide notice to both people, the person who actually purchased it, and then also to the straw purchaser, the one whose name it's in. And so the person whose name it's in may not have been charged with the crime because they weren't the one dealing the drugs, but they didn't purchase it with their own money. It was still purchased with illegally gained funds. So we have had some cases like that.
So is there a hearing that takes place when you are coming to this determination or linking things?
Yes, if someone challenges it, we have a separate trial. And we had a South Fulton trial where a defendant represented himself pro se. 2 guns and some money was seized, and he went pro se before the judge, and the judge awarded him back the money. He was a felon, so he didn't get the guns back, but he represented himself, and the judge gave him back the money.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I yield.
All right, Attorney Kelly.
Good evening, Grant. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Many moons ago, I did criminal defense, and I had one client that had a federal forfeiture. Allegedly, there was cocaine in the Pyrex, allegedly. Don't do criminal defense anymore. I got locked out on the jail twice. My husband said find something else to do. So with these forfeiture cases, my understanding is that this is state law. This is not a law specific to the city of South Fulton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with the forfeiture of assets, if someone is arrested and they have some type of asset in their possession, the DA does not automatically take possession of those assets. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's my understanding that the Fulton County DA in particular will wait until the disposition of the case, i.e. when the case is over, to actually petition the judge to gain access to those assets. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it uncommon for there to be a number of pending cases and no asset forfeiture in conjunction with those two things?
Yes, just because of the nature of, it takes time from arrest to criminal disposition. It takes usually over a year. So we're going to have a number of cases sitting there waiting for a criminal disposition.
And during the course of that year, what would stop anyone over that 30-day limit to coming and filing a claim to get their stuff back?
So Georgia law says once you have not submitted a claim within 30 days of receiving the notice or the complaint, it's over, technically. But our practice is to wait. We had a case last week where the defendant was actually convicted. Then he called our office wanting his money back, and we said, look, you're over the time limit. You've actually been convicted of this, but we'll give you a chance anyways. So our practice is to allow them to go beyond that 30-day limit. It's not Georgia law, but we understand people move, people's address changes, they get caught up in life, and something may be happening in their life where they can't get it within 30 days. So we give them that opportunity.
So Fulton County is actually more lenient than the state law requires them to be as far as asset forfeiture.
I think so.
Okay. So if somebody comes to you on day 40 and says, hey, you guys got my stuff, I have a pay stub here showing that the $2,000 that you took from me is actually from my pay stub, what would typically happen in that case?
We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at the criminal case. We'll take a look at other evidence we can get. We'll see if the pay stubs legitimate. And if we can't link that drugs or whatever other items to the money, then we'll return it even before the criminal case is over.
And is that something that happens often, that the asset is returned even before the case is disposed of?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Attorney Kelly. Before I return to the queue, we do have one more speaker. Representative Turner, are you available?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm at your service.
All right, joining us is former State Representative Scott Turner from Cherokee County. His city, Holly Springs, actually repealed their asset forfeiture law, and he works with an organization called Eternal Vigilance Action, who has been tracking this issue across Georgia. Mr. Turner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Scott Turner. I'm the executive director at Eternal Vigilance Action, which is a nonprofit that has been formed by former state lawmakers, advocates, and academics in an effort to be a voice for the American promise of liberty and justice for all. One of the areas of our subject matter expertise is civil asset forfeiture. We've been longtime reformers. While I was a member of the House of Representatives, I attempted to pass a law that would require a conviction prior to civil asset forfeiture. This is a basic fundamental right, I think, that we have as Americans, and it's one of the things that really fuels our work around this issue and others. If you'll engage me in just a little bit of a thought exercise for a second. If I were to tell you, you have the right to remain blank, you would fill in that blank, right? You have the right to remain. You have the right to a jury of you are innocent until proven
guilty.
The reason why it's so easy for me to say the first part of that sentence and you finish the last half is because it's ingrained in us as Americans that these are our basic fundamental rights. You have a right to a trial by jury. You have a right to believe that you're innocent until the state proves you're guilty of a crime. This is a basic fundamental American promise that the government makes to every citizen in exchange for the power to govern. And civil asset forfeiture in Georgia, not just in South Fulton or in Fulton County, but across the state, takes the concept of innocent until proven guilty and flips it upside down. While I would commend the Fulton DA's office for having a policy of waiting and staying civil processes beyond, that's not always the case. And as the confusion that sort of we felt in the beginning of this meeting about we can't even know how many numbers of cases there are. I think one person made the statement that it would be illegal to tell you much about the cases. It's actually state law that every agency reports the number and the value and a description of what is seized to the Carl Vinson Institute every January. So that data should be there. And we should all know how many cases there are, what has been seized, and the value of that seizure. But the thing that really, if you're in love with the American promise of liberty and justice for all as I am, the most obnoxious and just wrong-headed line of code in the entire OCGA can be found in 19-16-17B, where it says a finding of not guilty in a criminal proceeding shall not preclude civil forfeiture proceedings. And that line simply says that even if you are found not guilty by a jury of your peers, the state and the local government can still take possession permanently of your assets. And how is that possible? That process that Mr. Rood described earlier is a two-part process. There's a criminal and there's a civil. And oftentimes what happens is the civil proceeding goes way faster than the criminal. And in order for you to go to a civil proceeding, you do not have the right to remain silent in that case. These actions are in rem. It's against the property. It's not against the individual. So you don't have the same protections in a criminal proceeding that you do in a civil. And so any good defense attorney is going to tell somebody who's had their assets seized, whether it's a car or cash or whatever it may be, that they should not go and defend their property. And it's set up by design in state code to work that way. And in Fulton, the data that I received in the reports that the mayor sent over earlier, what I was able to determine is that the median value of forfeitures in South Fulton from these reports is $1,219.67. That means that half of the forfeitures are below that dollar figure. Oftentimes we run up against this idea that civil asset forfeiture is a tool that law enforcement uses to crack down on kingpins, to take down the big guys, take down those folks who are dealing kilos of cocaine out of their house or out the back of their car. But $1,219.67, half of the forfeitures in your city are below that number. You're not taking down kingpins. You're not taking down the big drug dealers. It's essentially hitting regular, everyday Americans with this process that says you have to go and protect your property separate from a criminal proceeding. And oh yeah, by the way, if you're found not guilty, we're still taking your property. There is no requirement in the code today to require that there are criminal charges before a civil asset forfeiture proceeding takes place. They're completely unlinked. The evidentiary standard for civil asset process does not follow the same as criminal. You have to be found guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt by a jury of your peers. That is the highest standard that we have in the code, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Preponderance of the evidence is the evidentiary standard that civil asset forfeiture uses, which means it's a 50% plus one. We pretty much think that this stuff was related to criminal activity, so we're going to take it. And then the local government, law enforcement agency, even the DA's office, is allowed to use those funds for virtually anything that they want to. And we oftentimes see a law enforcement agency, this is all record, you can go look at this stuff at the Carl Vinson Institute, use those funds for things like team building exercises or turning a seized vehicle into a squad car. There was a county in South Georgia that was famous for using it in such a way that they created what was called the Navy, the Camden County Navy. They had so many boats that they had seized and turned them into police boats. Now, look, I'm not saying that the guilty shouldn't be punished here. And I think that's really key. If you're found guilty of a crime, and at that point, there should be some sort of process where the state can say, we have a conviction now. There is the opportunity for us to move forward. But that's not what we're seeing across the state. And while the median forfeiture in South Fulton is a bit higher than the state, $538 is the average, or is the median forfeiture value according to the Institute for Justice, which has been tracking this for years and years. So there are some things that you can do to make this better. Here in Holly Springs, our mayor got very serious about this. He didn't like the idea that somebody could be charged with a crime or not charged with a crime and still have their property taken. So he just banned it. He issued an executive order banning the use of civil asset forfeiture. There are other things that you can do. If the Fulton DA is saying we're not going to go after civil forfeiture until after the criminal, you can make a city ordinance laying that out. The code is written not as a mandate. There are a lot of mays. The word may shows up throughout this code section. It gives you flexibility on how to handle these things the best way for your local government. So you have options on the table for how to deal with this if you see it as a problem. You can require a conviction. You can have a policy at the city that says once you're found not guilty of a crime, you automatically get your property back. And in that way, South Fulton would end up becoming a leader in the state on restoring the concept of innocent until proven guilty. Because in the eyes of the law, that civil process should no longer matter. You've not been found guilty of a crime. The state could not secure a conviction against you. So in the eyes of the law, you've done nothing wrong. So having that property returned is the just thing to do. So I would be happy to work with any member of the council and the mayor and any of the staff on this issue if you'd like, and be a resource, educational, or try to help you figure out a way forward.
All right, thank you. We're returning to the queue. Next in the queue, both of you please stand by for questions. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm new to this, so I'm learning as I go. But from time to time, I will watch, or at least have in the background while I work the Fulton County Commission meetings. And I know that I have seen Judge Kirk, speaking to the Fulton County Commission about the need for additional judges to adjudicate cases. I've had the opportunity to speak with her one-on-one briefly, just briefly about, kind of the problem of the courts being backed up. And so as you were talking, I'm wondering when we start talking about, there's 297, I guess, occurrences of this, of asset forfeiture where people haven't gotten their stuff back. Can any of that be attributed to the backlog of cases in the courts?
Yes, if we're waiting for that criminal case to finish and those cases are taking a certain amount of time, if we're able to reduce that amount of time of their criminal cases, then that number would decrease. Because those criminal cases would be finished, and then we can move with an adjudication of the forfeiture. Either through a civil trial, because we wait for the civil trial to happen. If the person has filed an answer to the complaint, we typically, so that their rights aren't infringed, we wait until after the criminal case is finished so that we can move on to the civil trial.
And so if both courts are backed up, so if the criminal court is backed up, you gotta wait, but if the civil court is backed up, do you also still have to wait?
Well, in Fulton County, there's no separation between criminal and civil trials. Each judge handles criminal and civil, and so they have a dual docket. So their civil docket may have, just throwing out numbers, 100 cases. Their criminal docket may have 100 cases as well. If you're able to spread out those cases more, then yes, you're able to get to the cases sooner.
So in a lot of ways, your ability to do what you need to do hinges on the courts, which are to a certain extent backlogged and trying to get through all the cases they have on their docket.
Yes.
And there's no way for you to kind of estimate how long it's gonna, like if we want to say, okay, we've got these 297 cases that have been waiting since 2017, because I mean, it's 2025, and I don't know how many go back that far, but that seems to be a pretty long time if there are cases going back to 2017.
It really depends on each criminal case. I mean, a case from 2017 may be old for a variety of reasons. That person may be in prison somewhere else. It's really hard to talk about
Right.
those old cases.
Without having the case in front of you.
Exactly,
Go case by
exactly.
case. Okay, and so I think my next question is probably gonna be for Chief Meadows. Because I heard you say that you couldn't give us the information. And then I heard our former state representative say that you could give us the information.
So I think we're talking about two different things here.
I can actually answer this.
Okay.
I believe the former representative, he's talking about our annual reports filed with the Carl Vinson Institute, and those are forfeited property. That's already gone through the adjudication process. We don't report seized property. That is seized property still waiting adjudication. So we're talking about two different numbers.
Talking about two different things.
Open
Okay.
cases will not appear on that website.
Okay.
And also, I thought the mayor's question was about the criminal disposition of the case. Was that what you were asking?
My mind is being blown now. I was under the assumption that any time a asset forfeiture had been filed, that we had done a filing, which meant both active and previous cases, that all of those would be in the report. I am now hearing for the first time that an untold number of cases may actually be in process right now, and there's no report of that anywhere. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. So where is that? Because I thought I just heard that only the cases, only seized assets, only forfeited property, which is a misnomer, it's actually confiscated property. Only confiscated property is in the report. But what's not in the report are all the properties that have been seized in active cases. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. I'm confused. Did anybody else hear that? I thought that's what I just heard. Okay. Can you clarify that for me, Attorney Wu?
Yeah, I was just referring to former representatives saying that his characterization of what is reported to the Carl Vinson Institute. That is forfeited property.
But seized property is not?
Not by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, no.
Is somebody reporting seized property?
So if I may just
Yeah.
draw, so there are two different processes, and I think that's something that needs to be highlighted and explained.
Okay.
So if I'm arrested and I have $1,000 on me, that property is seized, but it's not forfeited until after my criminal adjudication. After my criminal adjudication, then a petition is filed with the judge to say, hey, judge, we have a criminal conviction on Ms. Kelly. Can the state now officially take this property into their possession and convert it to whatever use? Those are two different processes. What you asked the city manager for was how much property has been seized in anticipation of a forfeiture adjudication. That's not reported by the Carl Vinson Institute, and we shouldn't want it to be, because if I'm innocent, I don't want my name included in that report. What is reported by the Carl Vinson Institute is once the asset forfeiture through the petition of the judge after criminal conviction in Fulton County, I can't speak for other counties, but in Fulton County, after that forfeiture adjudication has been done, that's the number that's recorded by the Carl Vinson Institute.
Okay, so there is a number of properties that are seized that have not gone through the process. And there is, and I'm not asking for names, I'm just saying, do we know, is there a number of cases that we have in which we have seized the property?
Yes, that's the number that was given to you. That's the property that has been seized. I think what's also important to note is, and I'll speak for myself, this subject was supposed to be deferred, and then it was added back to the agenda. So I do believe that a lot of these questions could have been answered with more preparation and time, but we understand that it's within your purview to put it back. And I believe with more time, Grant would have been able to get the statistics and the numbers that you're asking for specific to the 297. The 297 just represents the number of cases where property has been seized. It's not necessarily indicative of the number of cases that has gone through the full forfeiture adjudication process. As Grant has mentioned, that process for Fulton County at least does not begin until there is actually a conviction, which is consistent with what former Representative Turner has said, that you should wait to petition the judge to actually take the assets and convert them over to state ownership until after a conviction. And we do actually do that in this county and in this city.
Okay, Representative Turner, I see you do have something to add, but I do just want to clarify.
I just want to clarify. There was
one second
before
you clarify. I just want to clarify a statement that was made. This issue has actually been deferred for 2 years, and then it was deferred from the May 13th meeting to the May 27th meeting. So we've actually entertained multiple deferrals for this. Representative Turner.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that according to state law, there is absolutely no requirement for a criminal charge to be made against a seized piece of property, whether it's cash, gun, car, a horse. The civil process is brought against the property, not the individual. So when we're talking about this, saying we're not doing this unless there's a criminal, there is no requirement for that. You can make a requirement for that, but there isn't one according to state law. Most of the civil forfeitures that we have seen, there is no criminal charge associated with them, oftentimes because the amount of money that is seized, less than $538, is so little that the person doesn't want to be bothered by going to court and getting their $100 back when it was seized from them. And so that's why there's some confusion around this as far as how the process works. There's a difference between the criminal and civil. They're separate. They're completely separate. And I just want to make sure everybody understands that. There is no requirement that somebody is charged criminally prior to their having, for a civil process to take place.
All right, there's several people in the queue. I'm sure they have questions. We're gonna return to that. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Williams-Brown says that she was not finished. I'm sorry, I thought you had yielded the floor. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess really at this point, if, and I'm gonna go back to the example that Sarah Kelly gave. If Sarah Kelly has been arrested and $1,000 has been seized from her, and her case hasn't made it to court, and it's just sitting and waiting, I'm assuming that the money is somewhere in a safe or locked away in an evidence room somewhere. As long as the case is sitting, that money is somewhere being kept safe until such time as she has her day in court. And after, or
Not necessarily. So while my case is pending, I can file a claim with the DA's office and say, hey, I know I was arrested for XYZ charge, but this money, and here's the proof, this money was not used in the commission of the crime. I just came from a check cashing place and this was from my paycheck. And upon giving them that proof to say, hey, this $1,000 that I had on me, separate from whatever crime y'all are charging me from, this $1,000 actually came from my paycheck, I can get my money back before the adjudication of the case.
so you can get, okay.
Yeah.
So then I guess my question is, because that actually gets to my next question is, I'm not entirely clear on what we're supposed to be doing with all of this information. I mean, I appreciate the information and I appreciate the education, but I think I'm just not sure why we're here and why we're having the conversation. So, like, what am I supposed to take away from this, if that kind of makes sense? And I appreciate the information, but what am I supposed to be doing with the information now that I have it?
All right, so, and I'm sorry, I should introduce that. There is proposed legislation to stay the seizures until there is a criminal conviction. We've heard the attorney from the district attorney's office say that they already do that as a habit anyway, so we're just talking about putting that into practice as a policy. This issue, and just as a bit of context, this issue came to my attention. You know, I have these Mayor Mondays appointments. At least 3 people over the years have come to a Mayor Mondays and said, my stuff was seized. I've had no trial. I can't get my stuff back. They've had my stuff for years. They've had my van, they've had my money, they've had these things. And what I have just heard is that in order to petition to get that back, you have to give up your right to remain silent, because that's a civil, so you can have your right to remain silent, or you can go and petition to get your stuff back. And what I am suggesting, according to the Eternal Vigilance Action Organization, is a change in our asset forfeiture process, in that we will stay the seizures until we have a conviction. The second request that I'm asking, because as you've heard in the Georgia Code 19-16-17B, even if that person is found not guilty, we have no obligation to return their stuff. I'm asking us to have a higher obligation as a city and say, if any of those people have been found not guilty, we will either return their things or make reparations to them for the years that they have not had that property. So those are the 2 requests that are on the table.
If he said something that wasn't.
Do you, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna get back in the queue because I need to think about how I want to say what I want to say, so I don't sound like I'm babbling.
No, I understand. It's a complicated process, and that is why we put this on the work session. The chair recognizes, you do yield now. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Representative, former Representative Turner, is it a reason why this bill didn't pass?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty. There is a perception that the people who have assets seized through this process are drug dealers, human traffickers, that they are the worst dregs of society, that they don't deserve to have their rights protected, and that the lower evidentiary standard, where they are not required to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, is just fine because it accomplishes the goals of law enforcement. I ran into significant opposition from the Georgia Sheriff's Association. I lived in a county, I represented a district that was 1/5 of one county. I had one sheriff I had to answer to. And every sheriff in every county is the most popular elected official in this state. And there were many of my colleagues who represented much larger geographic districts. We were all the same population-wise, but they had 6, sometimes 7 sheriffs that they had to answer to. Again, the most popular elected official in their state. And they have sold the idea that this is a tool for law enforcement to take down the kingpins, the worst dregs of society. But the vast majority of civil asset forfeitures that occur in the state are uncontested. The people don't even bother, again, because the attorney, a good defense attorney, is not going to allow their client to go into a civil process ahead of a criminal. So we see that from the data that we're able to glean from a really kind of a sloppily placed website. But that's the reason why the bill hasn't passed. We've tried to do all kinds of different things. We've tried to raise the evidentiary standard from preponderance to clear and convincing. That puts it just one step above where it is now and one step below. It's like a 75% margin. We're pretty darn sure that you're a criminal. Instead of, I think you're a criminal, I don't have to prove it, which is where it is today. And that has had massive resistance. And part of the reason why, and Institute for Justice points this out in their report, the local law enforcement agency is allowed to supplement their budget with these funds. And it is an easy way to do that. And there are some counties who have. There's a Banks County story where.
Thank you, sir. I have enough. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't support your measure. I really do appreciate you proving my point. That's why I asked the question. I want to ask another question to the DA representative. I would like to ask you, majority of the time is when someone has been found, have you all had many cases where people have been found not guilty and their assets have been returned?
This question, have they been found not guilty?
Have you had many instances where people have been found not guilty and you all have had to return their assets?
Honestly, let me state this 2 ways. I'm not aware of a case in the past 4 years under the current administration where a person has been found not guilty and we move ahead with forfeiture of that property.
Thank you. To my point. Colleagues, we have passed this measure on asset forfeitures on July 24, 2023. This legislation in the city of South Fulton passed unanimously. We don't even go after assets unless they're greater than $500. We did have a misstep where our police chief did take full accountability, where the adjudicated asset forfeitures were reported on a federal level, but proper process wasn't followed on the state level. So he has since then self-corrected per our legislation. We have outlined several reporting requirements according to state law, vehicle forfeiture, narcotic cases according to state law, bank deposits, awarded property according to state law. In essence, when I am saying that we handle asset forfeitures according to state law, our officers just don't go out and confiscate people asset forfeitures because they feel like it. They're doing it according to state law, and it is because of a commission of a crime. That is the whole essence and purpose of asset forfeitures. I refute any claims that our officers are doing anything contrary to the state law. I refute any claims that our DA, District Attorney's Office, is doing anything contrary to the state law. I do believe that I don't know what legislation the mayor is referring to, but I have not seen any legislation to put a moratorium or anything. I have not been a part of any discussion, and I don't support the measure. I'm going to be quite honest. I have not heard anything that will make me deviate from what is currently taking place. The chief law enforcement officer, our police chief, does not support this, and he can give his reasons. I have talked with him about it and asked questions about his feelings about this. I refute any claims that our officers are doing anything wrong as reported at the state of the city. I think it's disrespectful and to our officers who put themselves in the line of fire every day to protect us. Our police chief has reduced our crime rate over 30% consistently for the past four or 5 years. And, you know, to question their integrity of how they handle asset forfeitures is a slap in their face. And as the largest city in the South Fulton region, the second largest city in the Fulton County, I do not support this measure. And I think this is a very slippery slope. Our law enforcement officers need every tool they need to make sure that they're keeping the drugs off our street, the illegal activity off our street, the lawlessness off of our streets. State law is state law. And until it changes, I think we should give and the reason that the state law hasn't changed, because even our governor don't support this. You know, he has, when he came into office, his number one mantra was to crack down on gang activity. And most of these confiscated asset forfeitures are related to gang activity and drugs in our community. So, I don't know what hang up you have with public safety, but I just wish that it would not be weaponized or politicized against the job that our officers have to do. They've had 2 tragedies. They're still hurting. We should do everything to support them, not tear them down. I'm just going to yield at this point before I say something that may make me go TikTok viral. I'll get back in the queue later.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
City Manager, quick question. Don't we have an asset forfeiture facility? Did we, I guess that was part of something that we were adding to build on, to where if items are seized that they had a hold in place?
So we recently leased a facility for a multitude of purposes. So that is what you're referring to. I don't really want to go into a lot of specifics about that facility, but we did recently lease a facility for a multitude of purposes.
Sorry about that. Okay, since I can't really talk about that. But I guess my question would be, has the City of South Fulton Police Department and any of the assets that have been seized, use any of that for budgeting activities? All of the things that former representative mentioned, I would like to know if that has been happening in our city.
When you say budgeting, you mean,
Supplementing activities,
No.
team building activities, as you mentioned, things
Right.
that the police department could do with any of these
So
assets.
primarily what we've used the money for is training. The one thing I understood when we first came in as an organization was that we kind of had gaping holes when it came to talent in certain areas. And so it became important for us to be able to train up our police officers in different areas, especially when it comes to like undercover operations and things of that nature. So we're primarily using those funds for training purposes. We're only allowed so much resources in the way through the general budget. So this gives us the opportunity and the flexibility to be able to send for instance, our command staff right now, we have a couple of members going down and getting their master's degrees at Columbia State through this program. And so we just want to make sure that we're continuing to educate our people to a higher degree, and that's how we've been leveraging those funds up until this point. And I think it's kind of fair to tell how we kind of got here. And I say this with a great deal of respect. I know the police chief in Holly Springs, at one time in my tenure as police chief here, we were working about 66 different drug houses. I doubt very seriously that Holly Springs has that many drug houses that they're working in their corporate city limits. And so it becomes extremely important for us to sit down and first take a look at how our complaints come in. A majority of our complaints come from residents that are living next door to a drug house. And so we wanted to be able to put really comprehensive investigations in place to try to stop that activity because clearly it cuts to their quality of life. And so it becomes important for us to be able to take those tools away so that as we move from one drug location to the next, we're making sure that we're putting together really comprehensive investigations that address our community's needs. And so if we seize a car that's been used in the drug trade, and then we give it right back to them that next day, chances are those individuals will just go right back to their regular activities. And so what we want to do is try to make it as difficult as we can for people that's practicing illicit activity throughout the city of South Fulton to continue to do so. And so in a majority of these cases, and listen, I don't mind talking about strategies publicly because it's our goal to change the behavior. We've either purchased illegal narcotics from these individuals or we've observed hand-to-hand transactions as it relates to their business dealings. And so in a situation where a car might be seized, we may have ordered a half a kilo of cocaine and an individual drove to that location in this particular vehicle. And through that, we're able to show that this person is using that vehicle to facilitate their drug trade, or it might be a particular house or a different location. And so it's important for us to make sure that we're putting together that picture that's needed for the district attorney's office to ultimately be able to prosecute these cases successfully. And as Mr. Rude so eloquently said, the Fulton County is taking every measure to ensure that they're preserving the rights of individuals. We seized $59,000 from an illegal rodeo that was taking place on Butner Road, maybe a week after I became the police chief here. The courts came back and said that you have to give $49,000 back, and we did. But in that time, we didn't see any more illegal activity taking place at that property either, which is what our goal is.
Thank you for that. Can City Manager, may he walk me through the process of how they go about seizing property, and can you walk me through that really quick? Okay.
So when we get ready to execute a search warrant after we've done an investigation, sometimes our investigations might last 3-4 months at a time. When we execute that search warrant, what we do is we'll go in, we'll try to identify all of the assets that we saw as it relates to our surveillance during the course of our investigation. And then what we will do, we will seize those properties. We will make notification to the district attorney's office that these properties are now in our possession, and we'll file an application with them to try to seize these properties. They'll process it. It goes to Grant. Grant's actually over all of assets forfeiture for Fulton County, and so it'll ultimately wind up on his desk at some point. At that point, he'll take it before a judge, as he mentioned earlier, and so we'll wait. It's a waiting game for us at that point, but until the judge makes a decision one way or another, and in some cases, like he said, it might be years before we do so. And so we'll take that property and we'll store it so that it's safe. In some cases, it is kept in a safe. At one time, we had gotten up to an uncomfortable amount of money in our safe, and we started working with finance so that we can make sure we get those funds out of that safe and filter them into a seized account, as opposed to just keeping them in a safe. And so right now, a majority of those funds are in an account somewhere safe, and we work in cooperation with the finance department to reconcile those accounts on a regular basis.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. And this message is for Attorney Kelly. So I did hear the state rep mention about, I guess a city in Cherokee. I'm not sure what city. Oh, in Holly Springs, about them doing local legislation. With that measure, I'm assuming that, was it a measure that has been kind of like a feel good, you want to, do the right thing, but also at the same time, the state law trumps local municipalities in these cases. Can you shed some light on that?
Sure. So former representative is correct in that the state ordinance does give some leeway and some discretion where it says may. My concern is in something that Mr. Rood mentioned, where if a call comes in from a concerned citizen and they say, hey, the house next door to me is being operated as a trap house, our chief and his officers go in, they find nobody, but they find $100,000, guns, drugs. If we pass legislation saying you can't seize that property, you can't forfeit those assets until there's a criminal conviction, in that case, our police chief's hands would be tied because there would be no criminal case because there was nobody in the house to charge. So in that case, are we asking our police to just walk back out, close the door, and act like they didn't see the drugs and money and guns? I believe that we can be vigilant in what we're doing. We can make sure we're informing the public. If someone is coming to Mayor Mondays and saying, hey, the DA has my stuff and I can't get it back, point them to the letter, to the claims letter, that they can go to Fulton County and say, hey, even though it's been past the 30 days, we understand that you all have a practice that I can come to at any point and get my stuff back. So I have some concerns with passing the legislation, putting a pause on it, specifically for those cases where there wouldn't be a criminal conviction because there'd be nobody to charge, but there's $100,000 in cash and drugs and guns in a house.
And in some cases, Councilwoman, the charges may be dismissed in favor of other charges in another jurisdiction. That happens as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for that. And I think also too, in that legislation that Councilwoman will sponsor, that is laid out as well, as far as the process. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear. And I haven't seen any legislation come through the portal. Is there plans for that, or?
Yes, so what the mayor has suggested will come through the portal.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right, Attorney Kelly, you are next in the queue.
I withdrew what I answered was the point I was going to make.
Okay, I'm sorry. Dr. Rao, you are next in the queue.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I heard a lot today, and specifically about the 297 cases that are pending in our city. I'm not clear that we have a problem. And so I would want to see more detail before we took any legislative action, because I don't know that it's an issue. What I heard in terms of our process things being confiscated and forfeited are two different things. And again, if nothing has been forfeited until after they've been found to be guilty. That's what I've heard. At least that's what I took from the presentations. So I would like to see more information about our specific situation in our city. I also heard that the amount being confiscated in our city is double what we see in other cities, which means to me we're not taking this lightly in terms of just confiscating people's property. And so is there any data, and I know on our financial report is amount that's reported, that comes from the city manager, but the detail on that, is that something that the mayor or the staff is looking to bring before we take any further action, amend our current policy? Because I don't know that it needs to be amended. I'm not clear that that's the right solution.
I don't know who's that question for, Dr. Rao?
I guess I'll direct it to the police chief. In terms of, I know we have financial information reported on our financial report, but in terms of the detail of how that 297 is broken down and what it is, do we have any further analysis?
I think, Councilwoman, the problem with that is that if we, I'm going to steal the analogy that the city attorney gave earlier. If she were arrested today and we took $1,000 off of her and we seize that property, and she gets out of jail in a week or 2 weeks from now and she comes back, then chances are we'll be giving that property back to her at some given time. And so I think that it's important to remember that number is going to fluctuate quite a bit over the course of sometimes even days. And so it would be kind of difficult for us to be able to give you a hard number there. But in most cases, we could give the numbers that we report to the district attorney's office in the way of properties that we expect to forfeit. And I believe that's what the city, what the mayor has. I believe that's what the mayor has. And from earlier, I made the comment that it would be illegal for us to give him that information. I thought the question was that the mayor wanted to know the criminal disposition of the cases, in which case we would have to run these individuals' criminal history on GCIC and then turn that information over for a report. And I don't know if the state rep misunderstood what I was saying, but that would be illegal for us to do so.
Well, I definitely don't want you to do anything. After hearing the presentation, I'm not clear that we have a problem. I also heard that there's a process in place that people can submit within a period of time to say, hey, this is not related to any criminal activity, and their items have been returned. And in fact, the police department has done that. So while we may be talking about generalizations, I'm not sure that this is an issue for our city. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. Do you think this is an issue, Chief?
Was that for me? You broke up, Councilwoman.
Yes, Chief. Do you think this is an issue in terms of not providing due process? Because I did hear you say that there are instances when you have given back property for people who have followed this process and petitioned.
Well, see, what that tells me is that the system that we have in place is working. I teach my investigators all the time that our investigations are supposed to free people just like they're supposed to convict people. Well, forfeiture is no different in that regard. You know, our only interest is to make sure that justice is served. And so when these residents call forward complaining about these drug houses, we want to take every step that we possibly can to try to make sure that we deter that activity and prevent potential violators from being able to go back and reoffend again.
Yeah, I'm more convinced that this is not a significant issue in our city, but again, I would be open if somebody could show me that this has been a problem about, I even heard the mayor say in these 15 years, 3 people have come in. That's not a huge number. Again, would like to really understand, again, don't want anybody's property to be confiscated justly, but I just need more data.
Do you yield, Dr. Rao? Well, I'm going to say that technology has yielded, Dr. Rao. We can circle back to you. Councilwoman Williams-Brown, this is your second time.
Thank you, Mayor, and actually, Councilwoman Rao touched on what I wanted to ask, and I'm gonna, I think, have to agree with Councilwoman Rao as well as Councilwoman Willis in that I'm not confident that I am hearing a massive problem with our asset forfeiture system. Of course, we want to be responsible to residents when they come to us with their complaints and with their issues. But I do think that if you're saying that there are 3 people that have come to Mayor Mondays and it's been for years, 3, that's, 1 a year, and I'm being generous. I think the question that I would have did these 3 people go through the process to petition to get their stuff back, and were they denied? Like what was the process that they presented to you, Mayor, to say that this was a problem that needed to be addressed by changing our ordinances for 3 people? Did they go through the process? Do you know? Did they share?
One of them did share. I don't know about the other 2.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm hearing a massive problem here. I do know that I can say, and Chief, I didn't have the conversation with you, but I can say that as recently as last night, with the situation that we had happening on Old National Highway, the police, I think, did a very good job of handling that without escalating it, number 1, but number 2, there were some there were some things where I may have felt, look, you need to be a little bit more forceful, but the officers got to the end result without being abusive. And I think that is to be commended because, there were a number of pockets of activity where things could have gone left, and they did it. And so I can say that in real time, I got to experience and watch the officers handle last night's situation in a way that did not create problems.
Right.
And so while I know that we have all are kind of in the space of just recently marking the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's death, I can't say that I have seen that type of abuse and brutality out of our police force, and certainly what I saw last night was in no way rises to the level of we've got a problem with the police doing things that we would not want to see done, I think is how I want to phrase that. And so I'm like Councilwoman Rao. I would, I love a spreadsheet. So, I would want to see some actual data that indicates that there's a problem. And, 3 people in 4 years, while, I'm sympathetic to their situation, in a city of 100 and 10,000 people, the math just doesn't math for me there. I am.
All right. Councilwoman Willis?
So, in every instance, someone has come to the mayor's meeting, there is two things that can happen. You know, when people complain about our officers, they can always go and file reports with internal affairs. And then now they also can, if they feel like they have assets that have been forfeited incorrectly, they also have due process in that method. I too want to thank this police department because yesterday was a busy evening. You know, in my district, we had teens that had a pool party and you all had to go and defuse or, you know, on Pittman Road, 300 teens, and it was a shootout. Then it spilled over to Gum's district, and it was a fatality. And so, you know, you all leave out of your homes as David facing Goliath daily. And we pray that you come back home safe to your loved ones, but sometimes that just doesn't happen. And we just experienced that. I want to thank Madam DA for all that she does to help the city out. Because not only is she tough on violators of human sex trafficking and domestic abuse and drug violators, but she also comes back into our community and she gives grants to our nonprofits. She also makes sure our kids have school supplies. She recently attended the Stop the Violence rally. She's also allow you all to come out and give us, you know, education around domestic violence and human sex trafficking cases that you are consistently working on. And so I don't see a problem here. Never has been a problem. The one issue that was publicized when I talked to Chief Meadows, even that was handled appropriately. That van was confiscated because it was used to commit a crime, to deliver drugs to an undercover police officer. So that's what happened. And so I just, whatever views our mayor have, those are his views. Those are not our views. What was in the AJC, what was in the news, those are his views. Those are not our views. We passed a policy. There was no legislation that has been, as he stated, delayed several times. There was legislation that was delayed, but it was the legislation that we all collectively worked on that was delayed, and we finally voted on it unanimously after it had been delayed 2 or 3 times because everybody had input, and I can fairly say everybody had input. And we passed it unanimously in 2023, and it's about 10 pages. So we're satisfied with our legislation, as you can hear, most of us, in accordance with state law. Please stop weaponizing your personal views and feelings about public safety against our public safety sector. Their job is hard enough. Now, we sat here for over 2 hours to discuss this, and in my opinion, it was about nothing. I yield.
The chair recognizes City Manager Subadan.
Thank you. So, a couple things. One is the police department has a $37,238,467 budget. Our budget is balanced, and our budget is not balanced on a total of $98,000 in asset forfeitures. So I wanted to make sure we stated that on the record. To the questions concerning spreadsheets, I have 8, which I'll be happy to share. I shared them with the mayor. Every time the mayor has asked me for a spreadsheet on this, I've tried to give him the data. It's raw data. It's not aggregated in any special way. Provided the raw data, I can provide that raw data. Sitting here, I looked at the cases for cash and vehicles from 2017 to 2025, and I counted 133 cases and 46 cases for vehicles. Of the 46 cases for vehicles, 10 were returned. Now, I'm counting cases. There may be more when we go into the depths of the analysis. 297, I think, is a high number. It probably counts every line, and there may be multiple issues to one case. But we can definitely provide more data and more information if that's helpful to the council. And if I know what data you need, like I said, we have 8 spreadsheets. If I send it to you, it has hundreds of lines. I'm sure you would prefer that we give it to you in a more succinct manner. So if you can kind of tell us how you would want to see that, summarized, we can certainly provide that information to you, but we do have the data. And as was shared, what goes to Carl Vincent is a very small number. It's what's actually made it all the way through the forfeiture process. So I hope that answers the questions.
Thank you, Madam Sudan. I'm going to close this out. I just have a couple of questions. First of all, I do want to say, as I've said at the State of the City, I want to thank our rank and file officers for all that they do to keep us safe. Having a question about one thing doesn't mean that you hate police or that you hate public safety. And I think that it is politicizing someone's concern to suggest that. Councilwoman Williams-Brown, I second your comments. Our police have not killed anybody, which, that is an incredibly low bar to set for the United States, but I'm very proud to say that it has not happened in our city. And so I want to thank the police for all that they have done. You did say, Attorney Root, in your recommendation, you did say that in your recollection, no one has been found guilty. No one has been found not guilty in the 4 years that you, that is correct.
No. My recollection, I may be wrong, and if I'm wrong,
right.
It'll be out there, is that no one has been found not guilty.
Not guilty.
And
right.
We then moved to forfeit their property.
Got you. So no one has been found not guilty. But you did also say that there are several cases stretching back years for where no one has been found guilty. So there are cases that are in the queue.
Yes.
Okay. We heard from Representative Turner that a large number of seized assets are abandoned. Can you give me a percentage of how many cases of seized assets are abandoned by the person from which they are seized?
I wasn't here for that part of the presentation, so I
Okay.
can't speak on that. Abandoned is a technical term under Georgia law, and it's actually sometimes a separate process.
Do you have a percentage of how many cases, what percentage of cases in Fulton County for which assets have been seized has no one come to claim the assets?
So you're talking about where someone is, when we follow Georgia law and they get a copy of the notice of seizure or complaint and then don't do anything?
Yes.
That's the vast, vast, vast majority of our cases.
Vast majority. All right. So one of the reasons there's nothing in the queue yet is because I do believe in having conversations before just drafting legislation reactionarily. So there is some legislation that has been drafted, but it hasn't gone into the queue because I thought that this conversation was important. I agree that we do not have enough information. Some of this information I've been asking about for years, and I'm just now getting. One final question. Or this isn't really a question. This is a comment. You have said both Chief Meadows, you and Mr. Rubes had said that assets have been seized and have been returned, right? That has happened. I am not clear that there is a massive problem, but one of my colleagues used to say all the time, nothing is ever a problem until it's your problem. And that's why we're here. Our founding fathers, John Adams and James Madison, talked about the tyranny of the majority. And it is for those reasons that we wrote things like the Bill of Rights. So all of these, you have the right to remain silent, anything you say, people can answer those questions because it's in the Bill of Rights. And we have, in fact, amended the Constitution of the United States 27 times to ensure that the rights of the majority are protected. We've had a lot of debate and anecdotes. People who support this process have talked about $60,000 seizings at ranches and $100,000 seizings from drug houses. People who have questions about this process have talked about $500 and $1,000 seizures. I am concerned about the $500 and $1,000 seizures. We've said that people's cars have been taken and they've been returned. You can go through the process, you can get your car back in a week, 2 weeks. Depending on where you live in Fulton County, 2 weeks could be my job. There are people that have had, I'm looking at the report, $630 seized from their houses. $630 is the difference between me paying my rent and not paying my rent. So I just want to make sure that the rights of the minority are protected. I'm not trying to end the process. I just want to make sure that we're protecting the rights of the minority and that we're doing everything that we can to do that. So I thank everyone for participating in this conversation. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
It brings us to the next item, which is Wolf Creek Concert Series Update.
To the mayor and council, good evening. Leo? So we're here as the government relations consultant for Omega 14 Inc. To basically present a presentation to you all about the Wolf Creek Amphitheater, the summer concert series, to give you an update on what's happening. And I think this should be happening far more frequently than just now, considering this is your venue and you want to see that it is happening to make sure that there's community engagement and we're adhering to the strategic plan of the city to engage the community. My name is Demetrius Clemens. My colleague here is Kamisha Martin. We have Mr. Leo Bennett, who is the vendor and the person responsible for promoting the summer concert series. One of the things that we are doing in the Omega 14 office before presenting to you guys, we wanted to go out and look at the contract that's in place to make sure that the deliverables were being met, that he was adhering to everything that was in the contract with the city of South Fulton. Also, we wanted to make sure that we give you some information about the process of securing groups and artists for this concert, the summer concert series. And the main thing that we did that we found very interesting that we thought would be appealing to this council and the mayor is that we did a comparative analysis of other municipalities that have similar venues, and we wanted to make sure that there was a comparative analysis done so that you guys can look at the existing business model and look at what investments Omega 14 that we're doing from Omega 14's perspective. And I'll go through this, and I know you guys have another session coming up so that we can get to a Q&A for you. The next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I just basically discussed executive summary that we looked at the objectives of the importance of having the promoter in place and the model that you guys have chosen. We will discuss some of the key issues that we found from doing the comparative analysis. I think there's been some questions that Mr. Bennett has been getting and bringing to our office from the city manager's office and some council members about some comparative analysis about what's happening with these new facilities that are around us in the metro area. And then we also were able to do some proposed solutions to our team about what we can do to make sure that there is no other municipality amphitheater that is even comparative to what's happening at Wolf Creek. Next slide, please. So under the contract deliverables, it was very clear, clean cut. The only thing that was in the deliverables was that Omega 14 is to deliver a summer concert series, which only consisted of 5 concerts from April to October, and that's very clear in the contract. In 2023, we have provided 7 shows. Omega provided 7 shows, so 2 above the 5, 2 above the required number. 2024, there were 10 shows. 2025, there are 6 shows to date because the concert series has not started yet. It will start next week, June. We will talk a little bit about that. But what's planned is the Southern Soul Festival, June 7th. There is a Black Rodeo, June 21st. There's a Soul Food Picnic, June 28th. The July 5th is to be determined. Still working out the kinks with what's going to happen with that project. The A-Town Music Festival is returning back to Wolf Creek, August 2nd. Funk Fest, September 20th, and Praise in the Park is a partnership with 102 in Park, right? Praise in the Park, Radio 1. And a lot of this is when we talk about artists that are coming to like the Praise in the Park, because this is Radio 1, it is their event and they're choosing to have it at Wolf Creek with Omega 14. Those artists are not allowed to be announced by Omega 14 because the agreement with the artist is between Radio 1 and not with Omega 14. So once they give us permission to release those artists will be released. Community revenue and engagement, and that we really went into your strategic plan for 2025 to 2029, and we know that the last thing that you guys have on there is community engagement, and there's a lot throughout the strategic plan where you talked about quality of life for the citizens of South Fulton, keeping the citizens in South Fulton, making sure that there's quality things happening in the city of South Fulton. And so one of the questions that we did when we were doing the internal audit of Omega 14 is talked about what are we doing beyond coming in, providing this 5-concert series, and what are we leaving in the community? So I just highlighted that community and revenue engagement, and that's one of the things that we're planning that we will be tightening up is how we engage in this community. Current initiatives that have been done and supported so far has been the tour drive, the multicultural lineups, and other feedback and surveys, post-show things that we've done, visibility channels of social media influences, and talking about Wolf Creek. Next slide. And I wanted to make sure that you also understood, because there's been a lot of questions that's been coming to us about how is a talent book? Why isn't it a talent book now? But I think one of the reasons that most municipality, and in full disclosure, I served as a county commissioner for 8 years, so I understand the government realm of having this 3 Ps, having the public-private partnership to make sure that you're not engaged in certain things, you're running your city, you're not having to do these other things. Part of that is the upfront fees that are put out when you're booking those concerts is usually 50 to 100% of the artist fee up front. And if you look at the right side of that slide, we kind of highlighted to date, Omega has put out $675,000 for concerts that have not even happened yet.
Excuse me, Mayor, can you let everybody know that the presentation is in their inbox? Because I know they can't really see the screen.
I think you just did. Did everybody hear that? The presentation is in your inbox. All right.
The average cost per show, and of course this is the average cost per show that we know of, but also in doing the SWOT analysis and the comparative analysis of other municipalities and looking at other groups and artists that have come in the metro area. An average cost per show is $350,000. And I'll give you an example. The city of Stockbridge brought Fantasia to Henry County. Fantasia gets $150,000 a show. They paid her $300,000. Because when they know you got city money, they want city prices. And so the benefit of having the business model that you have, having someone else in the wings that know this business, which is why you guys put the RFP out, is that you get a cheaper cost. You get people who are doing business with these people. You get people who are not doing them just for their city, but they know when they book them for 4 shows and not 1. So that's the difference. So the marketing cost is much lower, although it's still high when you're dealing with a minority promoter. So I just wanted you all to see that. On the right side, Funk Fest is coming up. here in the city of Stockbridge, Trey Songs, Ashanti, and you can read all of those things. A-Town Music Fest. You see who's coming, you see what the prices are. These prices would not be the prices if Omega 14 wasn't booking these people in several different places. Next slide, please. The current business model, as you all know, I know there's some new council members that may not have been sitting council members when the RFP and when the vendor was chosen. The promoter is covering all of the upfront fees, including artist fees, the staffing, paying the police department, the security, and paying the marketing. I do want to discuss a little bit about the marketing as we get through this, because I know the city posts some things on the website, but there's so much more that can happen from a marketing perspective as we really create a stronger partnership with the city of South Fulton. The key benefits is that the city benefits 25% of the profits from the shows, and then there's a risk profile, is higher risk on the promoter and a lower risk for the city, which is great for the city. Next slide. The comparative analysis was interesting. Many of you all are local, just like I am, and you know that we had Stockbridge to come online recently. We've got Mableton House, we've got Chastain, we've got Lakewood, and Douglasville. And so I wanted to just briefly go through a couple of the information from the comparative analysis. You know, one is when you're looking at the seating capacity of these venues. Stockbridge does not even compare to what Wolf Creek has from a seating capacity. If you paid $350,000, you would have to charge $150 per person to get that back. That is not why the city of South Fulton built Wolf Creek, well, Fulton County. But it is a quality of life project to the community. And so keeping the prices where they're affordable for the community to come out means that you have to create great business models, that your city is not in debt because you're spending out money that the city does not have to spend. And so the seating capacity, the quality of the performers, we looked at the marketing capabilities, which is huge. The only reason people know what's happening in these other amphitheaters is because the cities is doing the marketing, not the promoters. The city, nonprofit, can get free promotion. The city is talking to the radio. The city is calling the newspaper. So there's a partnership that's strong with these other promoters and these amphitheaters around. The city is putting an investment in. If the promoter is responsible for 5 concerts, as Omega is, and the city want to pull Luther Vandross up out the grave and spend $300 million, put the $300 million in. And so I think a stronger partnership, as we've looked at, and Leo, you know, we've been dealing with this for a couple of weeks now, would strengthen the type of artist, if the artist that Omega is bringing is not. But what I can tell you is that most of the artists that Omega has been bringing over the last few years are sellouts. And that's because the comparative analysis has been done. So the venue maintenance, you're the oldest venue besides Chastain. And Chastain is no longer a competitor. If you look at their concert series, it does not cater to the demographics in the city of South Fulton. If you look at the demographics of who's going to the south side of 75, it's not the same demographics. It's a different from a medium household income, it's a different from age group. City of South Fulton is really positioned with better branding that is not in the deliverables of the promoter to make it better. So we did this comparative analysis, and I don't want to spend the whole time going through that. I want to make sure that we leave it open for Q&A, but we have that we can come back and sit down with the city manager. I know the city manager has her deputy city manager, assistant city manager working on this, so we're happy, Ms. Sabato, to deliver this for you guys. Next slide, please. So we've really talked about the improvement opportunities, and I will say this, there is nothing that goes without error if you do it too many and too often. And there has been errors even on our part with the Omega 14. And some of the things that we're doing from an improvement of our opportunities is we're improving our VIP access, improving and strengthening our entry protocols into the amphitheater from cars and traffics, and how do we improve that? How do we improve people getting in on time? Our operational coordination, improving our on-site organization, meaning our staffing visibility, that people know where to go, who's who. We're looking at the parking experience, which we've got a lot of complaints on the parking experience because there's no lighting on the street. And I don't know if the streets and entrances are still state-owned or if they're city-owned, if your millage rate money is going to get lighting over there, but we also have a process where we can facilitate how to get the state to give us the lighting, the Georgia Powers, and they'll put it out there, and then it's no cost to the city to do the lighting because it's a safety issue. But that lighting is a issue that we need to address with getting people over there. The talent delivery, we are strengthening that artist commitment by making sure that we're getting them ahead of time and partnering with some of the radio stations that's bringing people out and just really trying to make Wolf Creek more attractive of the venue that people come to. In the deliverables, in the contract, there's a specific item in the contract where Omega 14 does not have permission to represent the city. So if we go to someone and say, hey, we want you to partner with the city, we're not allowed to do that. If we say they can partner with Omega and we will buy into, from a financial perspective, some of the groups that come out and combine the branding, we're able to do that. So that's probably something else that we could look at as an improvement opportunity where we can go to some of the large, and now that Omega 14 has brought us in as a government relations manager for them, to go to some of these large organizations, especially with Fulton Industrial bringing in companies, to sponsor the booths, sponsor the parking lot, sponsor the lights. So we would that's an opportunity for improvement in the existing contract. The weather contingency plan, I want to explain that. There is a weather contingency plan, and I know that there was a past 2 weeks ago, we were in Jacksonville, and there was a storm, and there was a tornado. Well, we made sure that the facts were told, and there's a newspaper article that came out after that the protocols was followed, safety measures were put in place, and just like the airport here in Atlanta, if there's a lightning strike, you can't move for 2 hours. It's the same way when you're dealing with promotion and people outside, and that is to protect the city and the promoters. And so we're making sure now that in anything that we do, that we will make sure that when people buy tickets, that weather contingency is sent to them, that they know that in case there's a storm, in case there's a tornado, in case there's lightning. The more marketing joint effort is, and it says joint effort with City of South Fulton and Omega 14 is an opportunity for improvement in the sponsorships that I've already mentioned. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the vision for this year's concert series, summer concert series. The flyers have been sent over to Mr. Cooper's office to be placed on the website. And I think we have 20 grand now in marketing. We are marketing with this particular one. And every concert has a different marketing arm. For the Funk Fest, we went to radio stations that have now the Soul Fest time that the Soul Fest is playing on the radio, that's where we're marketing. So it's very strategic when it comes to the marketing. So if you're not hearing it on WAOK, it's because it's not Praise in the Park. Okay, so we're very strategic, and we have really worked in our side of Omega 14 to make sure that these things are happening, and really happy that Omega has this opportunity to work with City of South Fulton and to adhere to your strategic plan and the deliverables in the contract. Q&As, please.
All right, I'm going to open the floor to questions. Dr. Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I have a couple questions, and some of this may be directed to the city manager's office and the other for the promoter. I do think, as it relates to our parking experience, I know in the past, some of the neighborhood, I think it's a neighborhood church that's on Merck Mile, has been used for parking for Wolf Creek. It might be beneficial to re-explore that, to deal with the traffic congestion or the parking issues around Wolf Creek. I don't know if anybody has looked at that. And I know in the past, and this is years ago, they also had shuttle service so that people who were not on that main, Wolf Creek, I'll call it campus, that they could have access and be able to be transported to the amphitheater. I think that's something we may need to look at again. And as it relates to the VIP experience, I've had the opportunity to visit a number of the venues that were discussed in the presentation. And I know Maple House in particular, they have a very good, I'll call it VIP experience. So for example, you can order food in advance. You get to Maple House, you go to the tenant area and you pick up your meal. I would love to see something like that at Wolf Creek using our local restaurants in the city. I think that would enhance the VIP experience. And I had a question, I'll say concerns, because I actually had complaints about the cooler charge that were levied in the past. I think that needs to be looked at. I don't recall experience that at any other amphitheater they charge for cooler fee to bring a cooler in. So I don't think that's anywhere in the contract. And so that needs to be looked at, as well as I'd like a breakdown on how much we've made over the last couple of years, the city, in terms of the 25%. So I don't know, I said a lot. So between the city manager and the promoter, it would be helpful to get those questions answered.
Dr. Rao, thank you. I think most of that is internal and for the city manager, but for the cooler charge, what I will do is to look at what the law is for bringing in the alcohol, make sure that we're in compliance with the law, look at the city's policies on that, and we will make adjustments and bring it to you guys before going forward with doing it and making sure that we're in compliance. If that will take care of that for you. And as far as the VIP experience, we will implement that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you for the parking experience. It is an experience.
Mayor, can I say something about, I didn't address the
Yes,
parking
go ahead.
experience. Dr. Rao, thank you for the parking experience because that's a big hindrance. That also deters people from coming to Wolf Creek. And so if an accident happens on the roads, it's going to be the city's issue. And so that is another improvement that we put in there. Dr. Rao, I'm sure you heard me say that one of the improvement opportunities is that we would get together.
Lighting.
We talked about lighting, but also the parking experience. So the lighting is one, which is safety issue. When they have nowhere to park, the issue is that they're walking in the dark across the street. I've been a patron there many times, and coming alone and meeting your girlfriends out there, and by the time you go back to your car, it's 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock. You can't even see. So you don't know if you're going to be hit by a gun, a deer, or a bus. So the lighting is an issue. So thank you. We would love to sit with the city and figure out what the city can do to make that experience better. But I know that that is one part that is not on the promoter.
And it won't be a gun. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you know what? Not with Chief Meadows is the chief.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you, Commissioner, and you know this area very well, very well. So it may be a deer before it's a gun. So I do agree with Dr. Rao in reference to some of the concerns. We get a lot of pushback on social media. The council, especially in reference to Wolf Creek, they feel like it's being poorly managed and things of that nature. We try to, encourage people to come out. The question about sponsorships, I know that's a big thing, and that's a way that we could get more funding. Did you say in the contract that they're not allowed to seek sponsorships?
That is correct, in the city's name.
In the city's name.
Because the promoter is only responsible for 5 concerts, summer concert series, 5 concerts from April to October. When you're talking about sponsorships, whether it's Home Depot, whether it's Georgia State or whoever. I mean, I've given Leo a list of 20 people that we could go to for sponsorships, but we're not allowed to do that. And we want to be very clear that we're not acting outside of the contracts. And I've read that contract and deliverables over and over and over again, and it specifically says that you can't represent the city. So as a promoter, an African-American male promoter, and you go to Home Depot and you say, hey, this is city of, they think you're just, just somebody who's renting the facility. They don't realize that there's a true partnership and that he's allowed to act on behalf of that. So like I said, that's something that we can look at, and I'm sure Attorney Kelly, we can look at how to create that language that the city is not liable for anything, but that the promoter has permission to have a conversation and bring that to the table to the city. We could talk about how that can work, that the council would be okay with. And of course, he has a government consulting compliance area now. And so we would make sure that we are not speaking on behalf of the city, but being very clear about the position that Omega has with the contract, with the city's permission to be able to seek sponsorships. So as this contract is now, no, he cannot.
So, and that was something that I was not aware of, because there have been several big companies that have been interested in doing sponsorships for Wolf Creek. And I wanted to kind of figure out what happened with that. But in those instances, so if it's a Georgia Power or a Pepsi or someone of that nature, if currently as we are, and they're interested in participating in the Wolf Creek Concert Series, how can we capitalize and take advantage of those opportunities?
So that's a conversation that we can have. Although they're not empowered to do a sponsorship in the name of the city, there's nothing that would stop them from asking a sponsor to sponsor their concert series as the promoter. I guess I'll speak for myself. When I was in college, a bunch of my friends worked for promoters, and they would get sponsors, even though they didn't own the club. They couldn't make representations on behalf of the club. They can get sponsors based on their promotional business. So although they can't get sponsors and represent the city in that aspect, they can get sponsors in promoting their promotion business.
Well, I guess, in some of these cases, especially in marketing, if they see a partnership, it's a little bit more digestible to say, I'll give you $100,000 to support a concert series. So that's, is there a way that we could amend that contract to help them with getting sponsorship and having a city official to walk them through that process?
I won't speak on behalf of the city official because I don't direct that part of the staff, but it's something that we can explore. I think if they were to go to someone who's interested in sponsoring and say, hey, we have a 3-year contract with the city, this isn't a one-off where we're asking you to sponsor one event, we actually have a long-term relationship with the city, that would certainly go a long way and would not cross the line of making a representation on behalf of the city, but it's something that we can discuss.
Thank you, Attorney Kelly. Also, in reference to police and insecurity, how is that spelled out in the contract? Because my understanding, I think this was something that took place with the National Black Arts Festival in reference to the venue not being able to open up in time because of a security sweep that had to be conducted. Was that something that the city had to do or versus what you had to do?
No, that was on the city. Before every event, we have the police do a sweep, and that's been consistent for the last 2 or 3 years that I've been working with the city. So they just basically bring the dogs through, make sure there's no bomb. It's like a bomb sweep, and that happens probably 30 minutes to an hour before gates can open. But it has to happen. We're not allowed to open up gates until that takes place.
So with that being said, do you have to pay for that?
Yes.
Or the city does that as a compliment to?
Oh, no, it's paid for
So
by us.
you pay the city in addition to the police
Correct.
service?
We pay
too?
all city services, police, fire, and EMT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have an estimate of how much that normally costs per concert?
It's not broken down in the full payment with the police. It's just they give me a breakdown of what everything costs but it didn't tell me exactly how much the sweep would cost. The police averages between 7,000 to 10,000 per show. Depends on, the type of show it is and the capacity of the show.
And is that written in the contract that you would pay the city of South Fulton police officers independently of providing additional
Yeah, we're
for city
responsible.
services?
Yeah.
So you're responsible for policing, EMT, fire?
Right.
Okay. And you said that number was 7 to 10K per
Between
show?
7 to 10, based on the type of show and the capacity. Yeah, it's just police.
That's just
That's just
police.
the police, though.
That's
That
not
was-
the rest
That's
of
not
it.
fire and EMT.
But I don't, if you would allow us to get you real numbers, and if we would definitely like to get you real numbers, if there's going to be a meeting that you guys with the council and the mayor would allow the city manager's office, or I don't know if it's under city manager or Parks and Rec, there's been a meeting that happens after the concerts, but there should be meetings before the concerts. And one of the things that, we've got a show coming up June 7th, and when was the last meeting? It was.
We had a meeting about a month and a half ago.
So, we would like to, the week before the show, everybody should be sitting down together and going over logistics and knowing what's happening, how many tickets have been sold, how many people we're expecting. That's not happening.
So there's no official cadence in reference to you all meeting on a regular basis?
Correct.
I have one more question.
Even down
but
to what the weather's gonna be like. We would like to be able to meet, like have the Wednesday before the Saturday or the Tuesday before the Saturday, that all of the people in the room are in the room so that we can talk about it, so that we've not booked for 15 police officers and then it's sold out and we really need 30 police officers.
Okay. Just two more questions. The experience is definitely very big in the area. We want to be able to come to a concert, feel safe, have a good time. I do understand that things are not the way that they used to be under Fulton County. What about creating different experiences for not just the younger generation? I see we have Praise in the Park, but maybe some jazz concerts. How are you all going about trying to find different areas of interest to kind of engage the entire city of South Fulton?
That was one of the things that we did in our SWOT analysis, was looking at the last 3 years, who has moved into the city? What new subdivisions have been built? What's the population that's coming to the city? When you guys got the city of South Fulton, it was more retirees, 55, 60, older. The demographics is changing. And so you also have to look at how many of those people, the surrounding areas, are coming over here. We have that opportunity now because now Chastain is off the map. Before, when you were doing it before, when the county had it, there was a competitive market with Chastain. And so Omega came in under that contract thinking that Chastain just changed 2 years ago, and which is why I just met with our group saying there's a new opportunity for Wolf Creek. There's a huge opportunity for Wolf Creek in that market now. So to your question, we have 6 booked. It's not over yet, but we couldn't book something being competitive to the other ones, and we just came on to do the competitive analysis. So there's a new day for Wolf Creek, and we're looking at what the new demographics is calling for in the area.
All right, and I definitely would love to see that new day. My last question, lighting. City manager, I thought we did lighting.
So we added lighting to our space behind, we added solar lighting behind I think it's behind the stage. That was, inside the actual facility. So, lighting is not free.
Street lighting.
Street lighting is not free. If we do a street lighting, we're working with Georgia Power and with Greystone. I actually think that portion of Enon is Greystone, but we're working closely with them on street lighting. So what we would have to look at is it a city street? Is it inside the facility? When we do it with the utilities, we don't have to put any upfront cost, but they charge us for our utility and our capital cost over the lights of over the useful life of the lights. So it's a little more manageable, and you all have graciously allocated money in the budget for streetlights. So we are working on a strategy with both utilities to expand street lighting. But, you know, I want to kind of go on the record here saying that we are always open, you know, to sitting down and meeting. I like order. I like things to flow. I don't like a lot of confusion. I don't like a lot of mess. Absolutely, positively, our staff is open to meeting before, during, after, whatever it takes to have a smooth and effective concert series. I think we make almost nothing on the concert series. So we send you the profit and loss every year. And, you know, for us, we're not trying to make money on the concert series. We recognize that we're providing it as an amenity to the community. And I don't add the carrying cost of Wolf Creek to your statement. What you see is what we get from Omega 14 and essentially what they say their cost is, and there really is no profit to gain. And we'll send that to you all again, but that's okay. We have to pay for the lights. You know, we supplement significantly our public safety. And we absorb that cost. We absorb the cleaning cost. We absorb the utility cost. All of these are things that we just expect to have to absorb to carry the facility. And any capital improvements, we take care of all of those things. Any repairs, all of that is on the city. So we pass on none of that to Omega 14. They get to come. I think it's a minimum of 5 concerts. If y'all want to do more, you can do more. But we are not expecting to get a big check. But we do carry a lot of the cost of the facility in order for you to come and make it turnkey. So I think, and the security, I think you have your own security. We supplement it with City of South Fulton. And by the way, they don't pay for the canine dog. The canine, they would not charge us for Jerry. So the sweep of the facility is, Perry, I'm sorry. The sweep of the facility is you know, that cost is not an additional line item passed on to them for that. That is done as part of our goodwill in providing the facility. We want the concert series to be successful. You know my standard phrase, I don't do events, right? But I want it to be successful. Whatever we can do to support it, we're happy to do that. We're happy to meet with you whenever you want to meet. And, you know, hopefully, we're looking forward to another positive experience this year.
Is there any way possible, and I know I only got like 1 minute left, to put temporary lightings at the entrance? Because last year, an officer, I think, elbow or something was hit by a car not following. So is there a way that we can kind of protect our officers as well as residents that are attending?
Sure, I think we put light towers out last year. Again, we did that at our cost, and we can do that again. Ultimately, we'd love to own some of that equipment so we don't have to rent it every year. The golf carts, you know, we ordered and purchased all the golf carts. They're all electric golf carts, and we made them available as needed to the promoter. So I feel like we have acted generally in really good faith to support the concert series effort. It's not a perfect process, but we're here to help, and we're here to try to make the concert series successful. But I can tell you, I like this model better than a model where we're paying promoters. We don't want that model. We have too many other irons in the fire.
Thank you.
And one more thing, I know we have 1 minute. City A, that we didn't do the comparative analysis on, puts $2 million in. They have a promoter. They allow that promoter to utilize that $2 million to go get the acts that they want. You want jazz, you want this person, you want this person. They allow the promoter to do it because if the promoter does it, it's better than coming from the city. So, but they put a budget in. The problem with that is that City A had $2 million in their budget. They spent $6 million without council approval, and they have an issue, and they are in debt because they went over. So if whatever we do, and we thank your city manager that they're willing to work with us because we're in the contract right now. I think, and there's lots of language that says that things can be amended based on what council has said and what you guys are saying. We would love to have a meeting and sit down and see what we amend to make sure that next year, that we prepare now this year's series for next year. Thank you.
Can I say something? Yes, so there's no $2 million here. Just know that we got too many other needs. We're trying to build ourselves a building and get out of rental space.
Any other questions for us?
There's several. Councilwoman Willis.
So I want to, cut to the chase. We're not making any money, but they're not making any money either. And a lot of things that we are doing for the facility, we're supposed to be doing because it's our building. And I mean, we're not doing it as a favor to the promoter. We're doing it because it's our facility. And I would like to see more enhancements, like the VIP boxes. They have obsolete TVs. You know, when I sit in the VIP box, I want to see what people on the front stage, sitting near the stage, is seeing, and that's not happening. The feed is not coming to the VIP boxes, and they have TVs in there that need to be updated. The VIP boxes need to be more plush. To me, I don't feel like I'm sitting in VIP. And so these are things that I would like to see. I'll be glad when we get to ironing over the seats. These are things I want to see the facility, because when I go to, we keep talking about Mabel House, but we don't have that experience when we come to Wolf Creek. And, I know we can't do anything about the VIP boxes, but to me, I don't know what's so VIP about sitting in the back, way in the back of the stadium. The other thing is that we still don't own the stadium. We still don't own the stadium. We have a person, touting that they built Wolf Creek, but they built it on the landfill. And as the fact that because it's on the landfill, we've had problems getting it turned over to our city because of the EPA regulations. So this is not the promoter's fault. This is all stuff that we're supposed to, the golf carts, we need, those are ours. So I would like to see, is it true that you all are paying for the security autometers? When people walk through, what are those called?
Yes. Yeah.
Magnetometers?
Yep.
Are you all renting those?
Well, we have to pay, we rent them, but we pay the vendor.
So why, we have those. Do we have those in the city?
I don't think we have enough, because I think you.
We have 8, we use 8.
You're using
We
a service.
we can give you the price to that and go back and look at that.
But you're using a service, right? They
That we pay.
Right, they're paying a vendor to handle that. So it's not just a matter of putting a machine up, somebody has to.
But the other places that have that, and one of the things that we did, Wolf Creek is 13 years older than everybody else, and the city has not put any money in upgrading the facility. And I understand.
That is absolutely not true. That is absolutely incorrect.
I do have the floor. I'm reclaiming my time. Can you add time back to my thing? Thank you. But we have put significant investment into the facility. We just have not put investment in security. And I would like to see those type of investments in our put in our facility. But I want the numbers. I really want to see the numbers.
Right.
Because if we're asking, yes, we're doing a lot, but we're doing what we're supposed to be doing by our facility that we're supposed to be owning, but we don't own right now. But I also want to make sure that this is a win-win for both situations, because we're asking you to put up all of the money for the acts, which is about $675 per show, and we're asking you all to pay all of the security, and then we're asking you to turn around and give you all 25% of whatever proceeds that come in. And I just don't see the balance in that. I don't see the balance in that. And I'm just going to be honest with you. If there's a problem with them going out, getting sponsors, because I was wondering where were the sponsors. Because when I do go to other venues, I do see where they have sponsors, and we don't have that. And so if it's something in the contract that's prohibiting that, let's get that rectified ASAP. So I would like to see that done ASAP, not next concert season. We signed this for 2 years, but do we have to go out for our RFP? Because if we do, when is do we have to go out for RFP? I'm asking the city attorney, or can we extend this? Or I just always feel like we're catching up. We're behind.
I would need to refer that question regarding the RFP to Attorney Kelly.
It's in the contract. It says that it can be amended and extended without going out to an RFP. It's in the contract. Oh, I can send it. Y'all want me to forward it to you now? Oh, okay.
The city manager says she can answer.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead.
a 2-year with 3 options to renew, and so it can be renewed. Quite honestly, this conversation should have happened with staff. And if there are issues my understanding of today was that you were bringing the information on the concert series for this year to the council. If there are all these grievances and all these things that they want to have resolved, it would have been nice to know what those are so that we could give you a proper analysis and come back. But, I'm going to have a hard time finding $2 million for concerts. So I think that it's fair for us to sit down and have a discussion and understand what it is they need, particularly for this year. If there are things that are needed for this concert series, we need to know that sooner rather than later.
Well, transparently, we've had some things that have come up over the past 2 years. We've asked for this type of presentation consistently. We've been told that we actually had to get consensus for them to even come before us. So, I don't think that we've been treated fairly, as far as being forthcoming with the information. So I won't put that all on them. There are grievances that we have that I won't put out right here because I want to be fair to staff. But I just want us to, and I do think that there was a lack of experience when negotiating or pulling together this concert and this RFP from the beginning. I will give grace because this is the first time we've actually had this type of activity going in the city, and we were just trying to deliver because residents kept asking and demanding that they wanted the concerts to start. But I just think that it's room for improvement on both sides. But most importantly, I've seen the contract because we can see the contract, and it's a mess. Like how we ask the promoter to pay for all of the stuff and then turn around and give us 25%, and then we still not making money, and our facilities are still not up to par. So I just, and then we still don't own the facility. For the past 8 years, we've been asking, when are we going to close the loop so that we can stop renting the facility from the county, because that's essentially what we're doing.
So in response, Attorney Kelly has been working closely with the county attorney. We've done everything we can. We got our environmental consultant. We've put together a whole program, a brownfield program to protect the city, to make sure we don't inherit any liability. I've been working on this since the entire time I've been here with the county, and we keep hearing it'll be soon, it'll be soon. We were at an impasse over the lease agreement for the public safety facility. They wanted a 50-year lease on the public safety facility. I said, that's not reasonable. I pitched to them that they could use our public safety facility when it is built to do their driver education training, and I would accept a lower time frame around the lease. And then it went to radio silence. So
I know that, we have been doing, Attorney Kelly talks to them every week, but we have 10 properties that are tied up in Fulton County that we can't get them moved. Fire stations, other property that we're paying full value on, that I signed a contract on in May of 2024, still can't get it moved. So that's just sort of par for the course, and quite honestly, unless and until we get the transfer, there's some improvements that we've made, TVs and making the VIP plush are things that can be done, but a canopy cover like what they have at Mableton, it would be fiduciary irresponsible to put that kind of money into a facility that does belong to us. We got to get that transfer to happen first. So we're getting it, the monument signs, we have them designed, we have them ready to go, but I'm not putting that kind of money in until we get the transfer done. We're talking about Wolf Creek transfer. I'll turn it over to Attorney Kelly if you have anything to add.
Yeah, so I've actually had several conversations with Fulton County attorneys. I actually have another meeting set up for tomorrow. I've also engaged our outside real estate agent that's been helping us close some of our other commercial deals so that we can get this rolling as well. They're eager, we're eager, we're very close to getting it across the finish line.
So the other thing I want to see improvement in is marketing. Oftentimes I go to the website and we're responsible for updating our website. What's the issue with that? Why does it take so long for stuff to get updated on our website and information to get out on our website? The promotions, I do think we need to do better with promotions. And the question was asked when the Fulton County had it, did they put up money? Yes, they did. You can call Commissioner Arrington, he'll tell you they did put up money for Wolf Creek. They did. They were partners. And so, I just think that I want to see the numbers. I want to see, what's being done on both sides. And I would like to see the numbers probably within the next 30 days. I would love to see more promotions. I would love to see the concerts announced in enough time for people to see who's coming and be eager to buy the tickets. But I understand that money has to be paid for these acts before a contract is signed. And so we're asking a promoter to put up close to a $500,000 every concert. And then
that's your time. We can come back, but that is your time.
yeah, I'll come back. I'll get back in the queue. Thank you. I yield.
All right. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to circle back to the marketing piece, because I haven't seen the contract. I don't have it. I haven't seen it. So I don't know what it says about marketing and who is responsible for what exactly as it's laid out in the contract.
Is that so?
Anybody who can answer.
I just want to. So first of all, I want to apologize to Madam City Manager. This wasn't a grievance. We were invited here, and we only came to give a background of what's going on our end. So I don't want this to come off as if we've got grievances. We're not even complaining about marketing because we're doing marketing. We're saying if the city wants more, this is what other communities are doing. And if we're to be competitive, these are the things that we should consider as improvements through the partnership. So the contract says that we're responsible for promoting the concert. That's what the promoters do. So we are doing that. But there has been questions from the community, the city council, your administration about marketing. And I just described how we were doing marketing. The other communities and the other municipalities that have amphitheaters, the reason why their marketing is more vast is because the cities also market because it's the city's venue. It's the city's concert. And so those cities participate in the marketing. And so it's not a grievance. The contract doesn't say you guys have to. We are promoting it. We are doing the marketing. But if we can be much better, and Wolf Creek can be much greater if there was a combined effort with marketing. So it's no complaint about it. It's not that something is not being followed. I just want to make sure you were clear, Madam Councilwoman. Did I answer?
So what I believe I heard is, as things stand right now, what is written is that Omega 14 does the marketing as it stands today.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney, I believe the city manager indicated that this is a 2-year contract with an option for 3 one-year renewals. When does the current contract end?
This is the second year, so it would expire this year.
What's the date of the expiration date?
Correct.
I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get it to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I yield.
Thank you, Williams Brown. I'm going to pick up from there. I've heard concerns about the contract. Who wrote the contract?
So that's really interesting because, again, can I say into the record, I don't do events. One more time. We bid this, and we bid this as an RFP. An RFP is, we said, in general terms, we want a concert series at Wolf Creek. Tell us what you can do. And the vendor, we put some parameters in there. The vendor provided, what they would do, how they would do it. When we're doing an RFP, we're going to quite naturally put it out there with the capacity that we know we have. And so this is not, it wasn't even an invitation to bid, which means that we prescribed everything. It's an RFP, so as a vendor, you get to participate. You get to say, this is how I would do it. This is who pays for what. All of that is out there. So it is true, time has passed, things change, but this is a contract that you bid on. This is a RFP that you responded to, and it's a contract that you entered into, I guess it was last year, and we provided 2 vendors, and the council decided which one they would choose, which was not the city staff recommendation. But that said, we're here now, and we're on board. And so if the RFP needs to be amended, if there are things in the contract that are not working, then, the opportunity is to hear that and see that, and then the council gets to make a policy decision.
Well, first thought is that is very helpful. Like we said that this is, people who bid on the contract said that they could do the things, but I do think that you said, Madam City Manager, you don't do events, and we are not procurement officers here on council. It might be helpful to get a subject matter expert either in entertainment law or in, people who have experience doing these things. We might want to bring them in when we get ready to do this process again next time, so that we can think through some of these issues. I did have a question. I saw in the presentation, I heard where, a performance was held up because we were doing something with security, but I thought I saw in the presentation that you all managed security. You pay for security, but you don't. Can I just get some understanding about if you've paid for security, why are you not able to open a venue if you're sort of in charge of hiring the security?
So that wasn't security, that was the police, which is City of South Fulton Police. So that was their ordinance to come out and do the sweep prior to the venue opening. That wasn't private security.
Okay, and then last, there was talk about sponsorships. I've been talking about this for years. First, I want to say, Madam City Attorney, you are right. There there are private promoters. We had the National Black Arts Festival there, and they had sponsorships from Georgia Power, Tito's, Delta Community Credit, UPS, Amazon, and Fulton County Arts Commission. So it is possible, but I do think that we should be looking at, and it is difficult, and I'm just putting all these caveats in. It is difficult to negotiate and demand too much for a facility that we don't own, but you know, the Lakewood Amphitheater that was mentioned at one point, it was the Coca-Cola Lakewood Amphitheater. Then it was the Solaris Amphitheater. Stockwood is the ViStar Amphitheater. You know, I don't know why we haven't explored that. We have these. We don't own it. We have these skyboxes. You know, that we don't. And I get that we don't own them. But if there's any way, if the National Black Arts Festival can get all of these sponsorships at a facility that they don't own, if we have a management agreement with Fulton County, I don't know why we could not go to places and say, I think that there's just a larger conversation that we need to have about sponsorships. We're doing a huge renovation of the Southwest Art Center. We bought land and we're building more centers. I know that it does give you, Madam City Manager, a little heartburn to like have private corporations sponsor things, but other people have figured it out, and I would like to see that. My last question is, there are no amphitheater. Are any amphitheaters making money? Is there a profit making? Is there a best practice amphitheater that we should be looking at that is?
So they're all quality of life venues, and most cities got their money when they charge the taxpayers the dollars that they charge taxpayers. So typically, it's not good practice for a city to be taunting that they're making money on something that taxpayers have paid for. So that's that. We have not found any that are talking about their profit. The other thing is that I want to be clear and state on the record that that event that was slow in opening was not an Omega 14 event. Okay, I want to make sure that that's very clear. Another thing, that we are not up here complaining about nothing. The contract is being followed. Everything that Omega 14 agreed to, they're doing. The complaints are coming. We have had this administration, and not necessarily, I'm not saying City Manager Council, but my understanding, the reason that we were brought in as a government alliance, relationships, compliance for Omega was because the vendor is saying, hey, I don't know if the city is happy, but I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. And what I would like to do is to figure out, how do we make it better? How do we make sure that this partnership is better? So we're only here to say, hey, this is what it says. This is what we're doing. There are opportunities to improve together. If y'all don't want to and can't, and you know, we're going to follow the contract. The contract was not written by Omega 14. Omega responded. And Omega is still responding and will continue to respond and make sure that we are being able to provide the quality of services to the constituents here.
Well, no, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think that this is a rich conversation. It gives us a lot to think about. And I'm glad that we're having it, you know, before the beginning of your second season. I want to thank Councilwoman Gumbs for bringing it, because I think that there are things that we need to be looking at as we prepare to write an RFP for the future. With that, I will yield to City Manager Subban. Oh, you're in the queue. Okay. Councilwoman Gumbs.
Quick question. Is there a ride share option that you all can kind of also think in reference to the parking experience as well? Can you all promote a ride share option and maybe partner with the city on that? So I guess people can at least just get dropped off or picked up. And do we have a staging area at Wood Creek for ride share that we can possibly help with the traffic?
So we actually use that ride share option coming up Enon Road. Lieutenant Healy and the parking team constructed that in a couple of shows last year. So they come on Enon, they turn in, they drop off, and they just basically loop back around to go back out. So we've tried that.
So they're not walking in the street though?
No, they're inside of the parking area. They're not dropped off on the main street, no.
Okay, Okay. I think the bottle and glass thing, I know I have mentioned it to you all as well. I know that has been, some of the patrons were very discouraged by that experience. Is there any way, I know I saw a flyer or something that you all can kind of promote and maybe put on the website to let people know that, you know, you can't bring glass bottles into the facility? I think that's something that we can do as well, city manager, on our end, to make sure that we're educating the residents or the patrons that before they come in the facility. I was just stopped maybe a few days ago, and somebody said they hated Wolf Creek because of that experience where, you know, our officers were pouring out their bottles because they said they didn't get information in time to tell them, or people just didn't read in reference to the coolers and stuff like that. And I definitely agree about the promotion, so we'll talk about that with city manager. But
And a lot of that, Councilwoman Gums, is the type of concerts. You won't get that concert, you won't get that at Praise and Park, you probably won't get that type of response for the bottles. But if you're having an A-Town,
Well, you know what?
You know, we're from
right.
Atlanta, so and that is the difference. There's a certain demographics that read all the way down, even the fine print. And there's another demographics that just says, I want to go see T.I. And I hate to use names, but so but yeah, so that's a difference, and we can do more of that. And we're taking notes to talk about, you know, are we collecting phone numbers? Are we sending text messages prior to them coming? And what does that say? And what does it look like? And are we selling parking before and saying parking A, parking B? So we're not just looking at the amphitheaters, but because Wolf Creek is the size of larger than most amphitheaters in the area, we can't function like the small guys. You know, Wolf Creek is much larger, and so looking at what's happening, not as large as, you know, State Farm, but looking at, you know, what is happening from a parking perspective, what's happening from people taking things in, and how does that look? So we're working on that.
And are there any intentions to add more concerts than the 7 that's already slated? Is
Well,
it 7 or 6?
So right now, we're looking at, it's 6 slated now, but we definitely will probably we know that we have 7 right now. But typically, you look at how much money is made on the first one so that you have the funds to go out. With the 5 that's covered, that is what the RFP says. So 5 is covered and paid for. When we go beyond that, it depends on how the season goes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
Okay, I can get it now. So, I would like to see more partnership, Ms. Supernan, with the CVB board. I mean, they get all of our hotel motel tax, and these concerts are bringing people into our city, and so they're bringing tourism into our city. And so why can't we leverage money for promotion around that? I know that Wednesday Wine Down, they use a lot of their CVB money to help promote Wednesday Wine Down. So I would like to see more partnership around that and some reporting around what they're doing with our CVB, the CVB board, the funding. Glass, yes, it needs to be promotion on both sides. We don't have, that's an insurance issue. So our insurance doesn't want glass. And the cooler fee, I'm kind of torn on that. I mean, you know, there are other facilities who do charge for cooler fees. If we're making you all give us 25% of everything, of every ticket that you all sell, you know, I just don't. I just think this contract is warped. That it is. I want to see the numbers, like I said, and I do think the contract needs some revision. And then the food trucks. You know, I know you would like to use local vendors, but at the same time, I know how hard it is to get 2 food trucks. you know, and I know how hard it is to get two food trucks to commit. So I can imagine what it's like. So I mean, I would like for that, but that's not the food truck world. So, you know, that's a whole nother education piece around food trucks. I had my experience with that recently. And so I'm not going to put that kind of demand that you all use look, one day we can get there, but we need to get what we can get right. And thank you for coming. No, the complaints I don't think came from you all. I think it more so came from us. We had questions. We've had questions for over a year, and you all are just getting here. We've been asking you all to come before us for a long time, and we've been prohibited from that happening. And so, you know, we got consensus finally to get you all here. I think some of the concerns are coming from us by way of residents, and some of us have questions, and some of us have concerns. And so I'm just being transparent. No, it's not y'all, it's us. It's us that had questions and concerns. And we just want a positive experience for not only our residents, but the visitors that come into our city. We have a 5,000 seat venue that we want to make sure we do everything in our power to sell out, and we want it safe, and we want it secure, and we want to continue to provide a good experience for anyone who attends our concert. So thank you for all that you do, and I do think these meetings need to happen more often. What's the question? I still have time. What's the question? It's Big Bob. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for, and this does need to happen more often. City manager, as a matter of fact, can we make sure that this happens more often? Can we have them present, like if it's like maybe quarterly or something, so we won't be in the dark, because we don't get the information we're asking for.
I'll be happy to get the information to you. If you want them to present as a council every quarter, that's your prerogative, but I'm happy to get the information from them. I think they need to sit down with staff and, you know, provide the information that's requested, and we can get that information to you. But ultimately, as a council, if you want to use 2 hours of your work session every quarter for the concert series, that's completely your prerogative. You're the policymakers.
Well, Ms. Superman, I'm going to be honest with you. They are sitting down with staff.
All right, I'm gonna close this out. This has been a rich discussion. One of the things that I think was really important that you brought up, City Manager, is that we did do this RFP 2 years ago and we only had 2 bids. So perhaps that might say something about the quality of our RFP. If we have a better RFP, if we have a better proposal, we might get a larger diversity of people from which to. I'm sorry, I have the floor. Is that okay? That we might get a wider diversity of people. So like that's something to think about. I do want to end on a positive note. We heard several conversations in the beginning, several questions and comments in the beginning around pedestrian safety. Could you just give us an update on what is happening with the sidewalks in the streets that we do control? We don't control Camp Creek, that is a state route, but we do control Merck Road and Enon. Would you just give us some pedestrian safety updates?
Did you need us, or is our?
No, thank you.
Okay.
But I do want you to hear it. Don't leave before you hear these.
Yeah, so we do have several projects. Obviously, you know, we did Enon, and we have pedestrian lights coming to Enon. And now we're moving to a complete streets model. So every time we put in sidewalks, we will be putting in pedestrian lights with them. So that whole area is slated for some improvements. There'll be improvements coming on Butner, Merck, the connecting road, Aldridge. There's a roundabout coming. There's significant improvements coming to that area to include sidewalks, which will also have pedestrian lights.
So thank you for everyone watching that's interested. We do have ride-sharing options. They're on Enon, where we've made all these pedestrian improvements, so please think about that as you are coming to Wolf Creek. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. I'm sorry, Madam Attorney.
Yeah, just briefly, the part of the contract that talks about the 25%, we get the 25% on the net, not the gross. So if they don't make anything, like let's say they're in the whole $100,000 on one event, then we don't get anything. So we don't get the 25% off the ticket sale at the top. We get whatever profit they make at the end.
Thank you. All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, and I do want to just have discussion in this motion. We are way behind schedule for our 5 p.m. zoning meeting, and I don't know if people want to take a break or just head right into that. So first, I'll entertain a motion. We'll have discussion.
Move to adjourn the work session.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Discussion on a break.
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Okay. We are. Let's take a vote to adjourn, and we'll reconvene at 6:50. All right. That looks unanimous. Looks unanimous, Mr. Clerk. All right. We'll see you all at 6:50.
We're adjourned at 6:41 p.m.
McClendon. How many cases? Just one. Look at that. Look at God. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the 5 p.m. special call meeting for zoning and alcohol. Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry. I need to. No, I don't. We have a quorum. 1, 2, 3. Raul. All right. Mr. Clerk, would you go ahead and call the roll? You have to have in person for a quorum. Okay, well, there we go. Okay, we ready. We getting there.
Okay, this is the roll call for the 5 p.m. alcohol license zoning public hearing of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1, is present via Zoom.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Okay. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, would you please go ahead and sound the first item?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, this is the alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. The first 3 cases are requesting deferral. The first case is case U 25-001, Roberta Cutright requesting a special use permit to operate a nail salon in the C1 Cascade Overlay District at 1105 Research Center Drive within the Walmart. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation was deferral to their June 18th, 2025 meeting.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
And Mr. Chair, if we could take all those cases as a block, we'll be asking to defer all of them to July 22nd.
Madam Attorney, you okay with that? All right, do you want to sound the next 2 cases?
Okay. Next case is case B, case Z 25-001 and U 25-002. It's a case presented by Randy Pimsler requesting rezoning from MIX in the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay District to C2 zoning with a special use permit to allow for a self-storage multi-facility on site. This is located in District 1. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation was deferral to their June 18, 2025 meeting. And case C is Z 25-010 and U 25-003 and CDP 25-005. The applicant is requesting rezoning from AG1 to C1 zoning with a special use permit to allow for a temporary shelter. The applicant is seeking to amend the future land use designation from suburban neighborhood land use to community live work. It's located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation is deferral. Planning Commission recommendation is deferral to their June 18th meeting.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to defer cases A, B, C, and D to our July 22nd meeting. A, B, and C, not D, A, B, and C.
July 22nd.
To July 22nd.
All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I do have just one question. Are these all first deferrals, or can you just tell me? Okay.
They are.
Thank you. All right. Has everybody switched over to the 5 p.m. queue? I know some people haven't been here, but I do want to take this. I like to take these votes in the queue. This is a while people are getting the queue, I will just say that these zoning hearings are legal proceedings, and so I will make sure that we limit our conversation to that which is legal. These are not public information forums. We hope that by this time you've had all of the public information forums that you can, but it is my job to make sure that we do this in decency and order. The queue is open.
Councilman Willis, you want to vote yes? Okay.
Motion to defer is approved unanimously. Item A, B, and C.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to item D, which is a alcohol beverage license application. It's a public hearing for 4410 Roosevelt Investment Incorporated, doing business as Exxon Food Mart, located at 5410 Roosevelt Highway, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. Requesting approval for a new license for retail sale of beer and wine. Staff recommendations is approval. It's located in District 5.
Good evening. The applicant located at 4410 Roosevelt Highway, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. The Exxon Food Mart has met all requirements to obtain an alcohol license. All fee has been paid in full, inspections completed, and also the owner of the location has signed up for the City of South Fulton Police FUSIS program, which is now up and running. A public safety plan has been submitted and approved by staff. A temporary alcohol license has been issued for this location. Staff recommends approval from the council.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present?
Yes, I believe Dana Farkas and Mohammed Esak did not receive any cards in opposition or support of the application.
All right, just so you all know, you have 10 minutes. You do not have to use all of that time. You may want to save some of the balance of your time for rebuttal after you've heard people in opposition and also for other speakers in support. Please begin by stating your name and address. Your time starts now.
My name's Dana Farkas, Dana Farkas Solutions. I'm not an attorney. My address is 245 Sequoia, Sequoyah Drive, Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia, 30004. I'm a licensing consultant.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mohammed Isak. I'm the owner of the business located at 4410 Roosevelt Highway. It's a gas station with a convenience store.
You need to state your address.
My address is 1335 Lake Washington Circle, Georgia, Lawrenceville, Georgia, 30043.
This is a change of ownership. There's already been an alcohol license there. Mohammed has got tons of experience running gas stations or service stations, convenience stores. You can tell how old I am. I'm calling them a gas station. He has a lot of good employees in place. They've already been through all their inspections. Everything's great. They don't have any issues. The store is kept up and clean, and pretty much that's it. There's nothing really spectacular to share with you other than he's very experienced, and we really hope that you will support us. And we're open for questions from y'all.
Are there any speakers in opposition?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go now to questions and comments from council, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. How are you? Thank you all for being here this evening. For clarification to our police department, they've met all of the requirements as requested, correct, including getting their systems registered.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Have you had any incidents at this specific location in the past?
No, ma'am. Actually, in the past 6 months, I ran a CAD history. Typically, no major crimes, only 3 fight calls in the past 6 months, so that is pretty good.
And I think, just for clarification, are they changing the store name as well as management? Is there some name changes?
So, to my knowledge, the last store was Amico, am I correct?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
And it's changing.
It was changed, yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, we're going to go on to the next item. We do not vote at this meeting. We
Mr.
will
Mayor?
vote at the,
This case will be heard at the 7 o'clock meeting.
Thank you.
For an action.
so it's 7 now, but stick around for a
Right.
couple hours. Well, we're gonna vote on it.
Do
All right,
you
please-
need us here for the voting?
No,
Okay, because if you don't mind, we're gonna go.
absolutely. We can let you know electronically. Thank you.
Great, thank you so very much.
All right, travel safely. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
And the last item on the zoning agenda is a public hearing, Z25-011, CDP 25-006. The applicant is requesting to rezone from C1 in the Old National Overlay District to TR, and is requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from Regional Live Work to Suburban Neighborhood 2 for the purpose of constructing 107 townhomes on 13.4 acres of land. It's located in Council District 7. Staff and Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. The clerk has just read the caption of this case. It is a request to rezone from the C1 Commercial District to the TR Townhouse Residential District. This development is in conjunction with, I believe, a house of worship. I think the applicant is going to explain all of that to you. Staff and Planning Commission both recommend denial.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and, I don't know what happened with my button. Did you all take my button away? Madam City Manager doesn't think anymore. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers in support or opposition?
Yes, I believe I have Ms. Battle, who is the applicant, representing the applicant, and she has a presentation, and we have 3 speakers in opposition.
All right, thank you. I think you know the drill, Ms. Battle.
Yes. One question before you start the clock. How do we change you're going to follow me?
Yeah, they're running it in back, so just say next slide.
Okay, there is a video that I think is around slide 3 or 4, so I want to make sure that they hit that. I'm not sure who's responsible for that. Hopefully.
Harold, did you get that in the back?
Yes, the video is in the PowerPoint. Okay. All right, thank you. Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at North Lake, Tucker, Georgia, 30084. We are here this evening representing Templar Development in connection with the proposed townhome community. This property in large part is owned by Greater Victory Christian Center. They are interested in adding a residential component to their church campus. The church recently came before the board and obtained, I believe, a special land use permit in order to allow for the place of worship to exist. However, they also feel a desire to have the residential component, not only to provide housing for the community, but also for many of their church members who may also seek to live within this area. The church will be built, and that's one thing that I want to make clarity on after having further conversation with the church, is that they will be building their building regardless of what transpires here, but they simply feel that adding this additional residential component is a benefit, again, not only to their congregation, but also to the surrounding community. And so with that, we'll go to the next slide. Staff has already indicated the location where the property is, which is off of Old National, and we are north of the location for the church, which is now vacant land. They are taking a portion, roughly 7 acres of their land, and then the adjacent property next door, they're also taking a portion of that land as well to provide for the little over 13 acres that are with regards to this application. Next. As staff has indicated, this project is located in the regional live-work area. We are asking for a land use change to suburban 2 neighborhood. You can see this property is surrounded by suburban 2 neighborhood, and recently we were able to obtain a rezoning to TR for another townhome community south of this location. And so we believe that this is an appropriate use for a number of reasons. One, within the regional live-work corridor, if you look at the land use map, it is regional live-work all the way back up towards the I-285 interchange. And we believe that while there is clearly a desire by the city for transition along Old National, some of that transition also comes by having more residential units within the corridor that are building density to support the types of residential the type of commercial and mixed-use developments that you all would like to see within the corridor. And so having every property cannot simply be a mixed-use project, and this property is in the middle of a block. It is not at an intersection where it would be easier for people that are going in for both residential and commercial to be able to circulate and move in and out of that space. And so we believe that it is appropriate to have this transition to the suburban 2 neighborhood. If we can go to the next slide. And we can see that right now the property is Zone C1. The church certainly, as Zone C1, is appropriate for their particular use, but we don't see that this property makes any sense for continued use as C1 adjacent to it in terms of the types of uses that you could potentially have along a C1 corridor, and we'll talk about that a little later in the presentation. Next. So this is the initial kind of picture of the proposed subdivision. It is a townhome community. The types of architectural features will be shown in the slide presentation. If you can go to the next slide. This gives you some sense of the frontages on the particular units. We are looking at a mixture of textures, including brick, board and batten. We've got more decorative garages, which in my opinion is a big plus when we're looking at not having the garage being the main frame of the project. They also are willing, you can see on some of the units, to have even colored garage doors that blend in a little better so that they don't stand out as the focal point of those townhome units. If we can go to the next slide, and I believe that's the video, and I'm going to ask him if he would go ahead and play that. It should be a button towards the bottom. Okay, well, I don't want to waste my time if you can't get the slide to work. Should be towards the, okay. Let's just go ahead because I don't want to lose my time here while he's trying to find that. So this is the site plan that we are proposing for the project. And we have made one slight alteration that I will talk about. But overall, this is 107 units. We are providing for some additional guest parking. The mail kiosk is near the front. We've also had some conversations with GDOT with regards to the entrance into the property. There'll be a dedicated left turn lane into the site. There will be decel lanes, decel lane coming into the site as well. And we will have, we are abiding by all of the regulations in regards to the buffers along the rear portion of the property. There will be sidewalks throughout, and the detention pond will be towards the back end of the property as well. And we have also added in, and we can go to the next slide. We'll hit one more. We've also added in some additional amenity area, and we'll go to the next slide. The shaded area is the amenity area, and it is located technically off-site, and I will explain why that is. We are working cooperatively with the adjacent community off of the SEDA. This would be more of a shared amenity area. And if we can go to the next slide, you will see that we are looking at actually building a clubhouse and a pool area that would be accessible for the 80 units off of Bethsaida, which is a separate project, but they are interrelated. And we go to the next slide, and I'll explain why. There's going to be a new pump station that is going to actually benefit the overall community. Right now, the pump station, the Albania pump station, has been a problem for the existing community, Lake Royale. When we go to the next slide, you will see that those residents have been complaining about the capacity issues. In fact, when I did the rezoning for that 80-unit subdivision, there was a lot of heat around that particular issue. The existing pump station can't be upgraded where it's currently located, and that pump station, however, will be relocated, and the existing pump is going to be shut down. If this project is approved, my client is prepared to actually pay for most of the upgrades with regards to the pump station, along with contributions through Fulton County. If we can go to the next slide. That pump station will be servicing the entire basin, which will include Lake Royale. It will include the 80-unit Bethsaida project. It will also include the townhomes that were previously approved along Old National that have frontage on Old National, and the Templar project, as well as any other projects that would come into this basin. So this will be a major improvement that will cost in excess of $1 million, 1.250. And again, my client will be taking care of that cost, along with some contributions that are being made by Fulton County, in-kind contributions such as pipes and other things that they are willing to contribute in order to allow this to occur, so that they don't have to incur that cost to redevelop that pump station. We can go to the next slide. When we look at what is allowed along the Old National Corridor, we know that there are a number of uses that, quite honestly, I can't imagine you would want to see, such as drive-through restaurants and other things of that nature along the corridor in that particular location. Many of the homeowners, when we had our community meeting, which Councilmember Pritchett attended, we talked about some of the challenges along that corridor. We also spoke with some of the residents who live in the senior community that's south of that project. I think that they were happy not to see additional commercial coming closer into their homes. We believe that the more intense commercial uses are more appropriate as you are moving up Old National towards the 285 corridor, and that this is more of a residential area that would benefit from more commercial at the intersection at Old National and Highway 138, but certainly not in the middle of the block as this particular property is positioned. So we believe that with these improvements, that we are not only benefiting the overall area with regards to adding more quality housing, but we also are fixing a problem that has existed for quite some time with regards to that pump station. And now this project has the capacity to be able to actually pay for that, whereas if you were putting in some type of typical commercial product, they may not be in the position to hold the weight of that payment to be able to make those improvements along the corridor that would benefit the larger community. So with that, we would respectfully request approval of the application. We will be turning in this updated plan to staff, as I was just informed about the issue with regards to the pump station and also the shared amenity area between the two subdivisions, and we would need to have further discussion with staff with regarding that. Thank you.
All right, I don't see how much time is left on the clock, but,
They used all their time.
okay. Were there any speakers in opposition?
Yes, 3.
All right, you're going to bring them up.
Hi.
As you
We
come,
heard a
please
lot
make
of
sure that,
fluff.
hold on, make
Yes.
sure that you state your name
Golly.
and address. You may
Hi.
want to reserve some of the balance of your time for the other speakers coming
yeah.
behind you. The
I've
10
already
minutes is
told
for all 3 people. Your
Thank
time
you.
starts now.
Thank you, Tracy Hudson, 4379 Alashiba in Hampton Oaks, but I grew up off of Old National, 3700 Leisure Lane. We heard a lot of fluff and a lot of proposed, but I'm still here standing with facts. It's just not compatible with the existing land use and the vision of South Fulton. Old National Highway serves as a major commercial corridor and is a vital gateway into South Fulton. Introducing high-density residential development in this area directly conflicts with the current zoning designation and the city's long-term comprehensive land use plan. This corridor is intended to support commercial, cultural, and mixed-use development, all essentials for fostering economic growth and local creations of jobs and vibrant community engagement. Again, Old National holds an untapped potential for transformative commercial revitalization. Approving these townhome constructions in this prime location or in this prime corridor would forfeit opportunities to attract retail, office, dining, and entertainment spaces. Developments that could strengthen our local economy, increase the tax base, and enhance the quality of life for the residents here. Prioritizing residential density over commercial potential undermines the South Fulton economic future. We really need to consider the future and the vision that you guys have set. That's why I moved back here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Michael Venable and Alvin Reynolds. I got, that extra 24 on it.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. First of all, here we go again. We just talked about this at the last minute. You've got a presentation here that no resident has seen until today. This is not what was presented at our planning commission. Sorry. You know, when we talked about developing cityhood, and the big thing was that our boundaries were so chaotic, the land use along Old National is just super chaotic. Approving this proposal is an absolute mockery to everything the Sizemore Group is trying to do. If you're going to let an individual applicant come back and alter your land use plan to fit what they want to do, why have you got a land use plan? You know, if you look in your package and you talked about what the comprehensive plan was supposed to be achieving, stable housing for all. You've got a plan, and you talk about some amenity. Nobody is going off-site to another amenity and then pay money for it. There is no amenity. All you're doing is making it more appropriate for corporate entities to buy your property or individuals to buy them and rent them out. That does not create stable housing. When you have on-site amenities, you almost force that community to come together, and that does not exist here. Secondly, building trust within the community. Can you have any trust whatsoever when you come back and attend all these meetings to look at comprehensive plan and do everything, and then come back and just have it thrown out the window because somebody decided they wanted to do it? Economic engine. There is no economic development here. Every single solitary development, residential, has been a starter community. You know, when you've been around and you talk to some of the developers and they listen to you, they'll actually discuss things with you, and they'll come privately. And they'll say, Michael, it's not that you don't have retail. You've got the wrong type of retail. And that's only going to happen if there's some diversity within this community. I'm getting what we are building. Dollar stores, personal care, pawn shops, automotive repair. I'll never get out of that realm until we start to diversify our residential development. Unique South Fulton. Oh, it's unique. I'm not even going to go down that route. Yeah, nobody does this. And you talk about a strong community. No one is going to have a strong community unless you develop strong residents. If you're only having a one price point residential development, you're never going to have a development that's going to be cohesive and the amenities for everybody in that community. This one is directly on the old National Corridor. It should be a super powerful image. Landscaping, facades, everything should be top notch. All we're doing is still advocating, quote, affordable. But nobody talks about that until you come to this side of the city. Never. You cannot have an entire community of starter homes and think that you're going to develop a commercial corridor worthy of being effective and helping this city and helping the dynamics of it. You cannot let one person come in and decide that they want to change the land use plan to fit what they want to do. This should be denied.
Good evening, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296, reside in District 7. I do concur with my colleagues as to what they have stated here. But my question is, how much is too much density? We hear often that we have to bring in all of this density so that we can get the commercial component that we're looking for. Over the years in this area, we have oversaturated ourselves with residential living. The presentation states about all the changes that is being made and so forth. Community never heard about these changes. That pump station serves my community. I saw the gentleman down there working on that very pump station. Of course, I stopped to ask questions. It's not, they didn't say they were replacing it, they said they were upgrading it. If it's going to be relocated, where is it going to be relocated to? Let's talk about the proposed development at hand, which sits off of Old National Highway. You want to put an amenity on a project that sits off of Bethesda Road. That don't make any sense. How could it? I wouldn't want to live off of Old National and then have to walk to Bethesda just for some amenities. And the people that is going to be living into that development, which we fought against, but council approved to move forward with, they're not going to want those people coming over there. That you opening up a gateway for any and everything to come into that area. You also hear that this development is attached to the community off of Bethesda, and it's attached to the church. The church is designated C1. You want to take a portion of the land that they want to build on and change the land use. You're spot zoning right next to each other. That doesn't make sense. So why are we even going through this, and we're going through a comprehensive rewrite? We ask this question all the time. You want to change the land use plan through resolutions and all of this thing to make developments fit. When are we going to care about the community? When are we going to listen to what the community has said it wants? You are oversaturating this area with so much residential, you're not going to have room for any commercial product. So what you're saying is you're not bringing in any commercial products. You're just going to only bring in residential housing. And that's townhomes. There is no unaffordable homes in this area being proposed, and you talk about diversity. You're creating a situation here where you're putting us in a box. That's unfair. That is totally unfair. We talk about it all the time. We're going to continue to talk about it. I don't know how you may feel about this, but I'm telling you, people in this area want better, they deserve better, and they need to have things to happen on this side of town, just like it's happening across this city. District 4 councilperson brought up
I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds, I think that's your time. Does that include the time that we gave back?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm
deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm so sorry. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open up to comments and questions. Beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Battle, if you would come back. So, is any portion of this supposed to be for rental, or this is supposed to be,
These will be fee simple townhomes. We are open to having a rental restriction on the townhomes. And for a point of clarity, we are providing a walking path to where the amenity area would be located. I'm not sure if they can put that back up. We also looked at having a vehicular connection between the two, as it is literally in between the center of the two subdivisions. The other subdivision does not have an amenity area of this stature, and so we thought that it made sense to put those two together because Templar is connected to the project on the other side, which was already approved. I think it was approved by DRB. They are the land developer assisting, I believe, with that project as well, so it kind of made sense to merge those two things together.
so what would be the price point?
Those townhomes would be selling in the mid threes. When you look at the price per square foot at these roughly 1,400 square foot townhome units, that price per square foot will exceed the price points for most of the units within the area.
Do these include garage?
Yes, 2-car garages for all of the units. And there will be a sidewalk throughout the community, and as well as the amenity area, as well as the additional parking spaces throughout.
So this pump station, this is an upgrade?
Yes.
On the existing pump station?
Yes, so it is my understanding, and I did speak with, I think his last name, Mr. Alberto, it was in the PowerPoint, and I asked him specifically if this pump station upgrade would be replacing the Albania Drive one. They indicated that it would. That Albania Drive one is on Fulton County property, from what I could tell. And the location of it, where we are proposing, is immediately next door, and it was actually on my slide. And we would be looking at making those improvements again, so that it is a larger pump station that services the entire basin.
And where will that pump station will remain at its existing location, or will it be relocated?
So it'll be literally right next door. Again, if I could go back to the PowerPoint, I can't control it, but I can show you exactly where it's located off of Bethesda Drive. We can go back a couple, right there. Go back one, there. So the pump station is located, the existing pump station is literally immediately south, and that is the back end of the project where the 80 units are located, right off of Bethesda. And so it will be north of the entrance into Lake Royale, immediately north.
So this is a $1.25 million
Improvement.
improvement.
Yes, ma'am.
That you are proposing.
Yes, and that the applicant will be providing for.
So during the public participation meeting, is this the same presentation that, with the exception of the
With the exception of the pump station, yes. We did not have at that time the thought about the amenity area. It was really initially what we had indicated was that the amenity area was going to be on the church property. And after speaking with the church and after speaking with the adjacent developer on the Bethsaida side, it was indicated it made more sense to make it so that those two communities could share in that amenity area. So that was a change, but the amenity area was never on the exact site. And we have no problem with there being a condition that there has to be a mandatory homeowners association. They will be paying homeowners dues in order to pay for that amenity space. And if there's a way for us to work with staff, and we recognize that we might need to be deferred in order to allow staff an opportunity to review and have conversation about the sharing of that amenity area, so that it is clear that if it is approved, that it will be mandatory for it to be completed before certain COs and things can be issued for the final development of the subdivision.
And during the public participation meeting, did many of the residents express to you how important amenities like what you have presented to us today, how important that is to them?
Absolutely. And this project, because of the odd shape of it, was not really kind of lended itself to having as potent a amenity area as what we are proposing now. So if there wasn't, the amenity area that we were looking at before was like walking trails, dog park, that kind of thing. Now we're talking about a full amenity area with a pool and a clubhouse, not just a little, gazebo kind of moment, but a full clubhouse that would be usable all year long by the residents of both subdivisions.
So with other projects that you have brought, or that have been approved on Old National, would you characterize or classify this type of amenity in addition to this $1.25 million upgrade? Would you consider that a considerable reinvestment or a considerable investment in this project?
Absolutely. The project that was approved south of this site, I believe, only had a dog park and like a small play area. Because you have to think about when we are putting in amenities, and this was a conversation that was actually had amongst, and I'm a member of the Home Builders Association, and there's been a lot of discussion about amenity areas. And the challenge is that amenity areas cost residents. Once the developer leaves, that amenity area has to be maintained. So the pool and the clubhouse has to be maintained by that HOA. And so you want to have enough rooftops in there to support that. Otherwise, the amenity, the annual assessment would be exceedingly high for people to be able to maintain those. That's why a lot of times you find that the pools and tennis courts and other things go into disrepair because it costs a lot to maintain them. So having these two subdivisions be able to share in that and to have a really substantive space where you've got an indoor space of, I think, a really nice indoor space, quite honestly, a lot nicer than I would have anticipated in regards to the vision for that pool and clubhouse area, I think really says how they are willing to invest within the community and make sure, because I do land use and zoning in a number of different jurisdictions, and quite honestly, most of the time when they're putting in a pool, they're not putting in a really substantive clubhouse. There's a pool and there's a smaller clubhouse, but this one happens to be a lot nicer than some of the ones that I've seen in other spaces.
So you also mentioned that you would like a deferral so that you can work with CDRA on some of these issues?
Absolutely.
Mr. McClendon? What would be your recommendation in terms of a deferral time period, or you want to work that out with them, or?
I think we can work that out with them, and also to find out from council what you would like to see us bring back? Are we coming back again for another public hearing, or will we just be bringing back the case for a vote? So June is already an off month, so I think we got a little bit of built-in time, but we can work out with them how long of a deferral we would need.
Okay, so do you think it's more appropriate to have another public hearing?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I yield. Thank you.
All right. Before I go to Councilman Williams-Brown, I did just have some follow-up questions. The pump station, that is sewer, correct?
Yes.
I thought Lake Royale was on Clayton County sewer. Half of it is and half of it is, but we're sure that this is Fulton County's
Yes.
pump station. Okay. It is concerning, and this is just a comment, not a question. We're in our whatever we're doing with land use and rethinking it, but it is concerning that things are coming before us that the Planning Commission hasn't seen. I do think that's just want to note again that that's something that we should be looking at as we look at our processes. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking at the presentation that we were given.
Yes, ma'am.
And I tried to follow along with the slides on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss a photo or a rendering that shows how people are going to get from where they potentially would be living to where the amenities are?
Yes, ma'am. There's a slide.
Is there a way to go back to that?
If he'll take us back, we can go back a couple of slides. Okay, you can hold right there. So this is at the very back of the subdivision. Right now, and I will tell you that they changed the look because of me. Right now, what we had proposed was a walking trail to where you can see a line across to where the pool is. And my thought was, you all may not want to have vehicular connection between the two subdivisions, and that's why they showed a walking trail or a sidewalk to get there, and there's parking spaces on the townhome side. However, they could connect the two so that where the where the roadway tees right now, it literally could connect into that driveway on the other side where you've got the parking spaces. So we have an option. We could have both. We could have walking access and we can have vehicular access into that space so that they're connected. But that also means that the traffic could flow from Old National up to Bethsaida if somebody needed to come through there. But most people probably wouldn't know that there was that connection unless they lived in the 80-unit community on the other side. So that is something that we would want to have discussion about. And I apologize that we didn't get that information sooner. I was not aware of the issue with the pump station until after the Planning Commission meeting, which is why it was not disclosed at that time. I found out afterwards. And then I immediately reached out to Fulton County in order to verify the information because I didn't want to bring forth information that I had not verified.
Okay. But ultimately, the people that are over here would have to cross Old National to get to the other side?
No, if we can go back to the full slide, go back one more, maybe two more slides. Two more. That one, okay. So you're coming off of Old National, and if you go straight down the internal road, you're at the back end of the subdivision, and we can vehicularly connect so that it's a little over 40, the buffer between the two is 40 feet. So we're talking about maybe 50 feet to get from the last townhome over to where the pool is. But if we connected the two with a driveway, then you wouldn't have any issue. They literally could drive over just drive straight across and they're right at the pool. So on the side from Bethsaida, they have to come from Bethsaida down into the space. And so they would probably drive or walk. Our hope, always, because we have internal sidewalks, why should people be driving 100 feet, 200 feet to get to the pool? They should be walking to the pool would be preferable. But if they have to drive, we do have parking spaces on both sides that would allow people to drive down if they want to park on the side where the townhomes are, or they could drive into those parking spaces that are right in front of the amenity area. So that's really a call for the city council to make as to whether or not you're comfortable with a vehicular connection between the two subdivisions, which many would feel is appropriate, because a lot of the times what we find is that people are landlocked in. If something happens on one side, they can't get out the other side. So this would allow that connection, and if something transpired, they could continue on and get up to Bethsaida, or if they were coming down Bethsaida, they could go through that subdivision and get into the townhome community without having to get on Old National.
But no one would be walking anywhere on Old National or crossing Old
No,
National
ma'am.
to get
No,
to
ma'am.
any of this?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Those two subdivisions are immediately adjacent. They share a common boundary. So they would be able to move through their subdivision without going on any public street to get onto that amenity area. And like I said, it could be vehicular connection, or it can be a walking connection, or it can be both.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Battle.
Yes.
One of the things I frequently look at with these communities is the issue of safety and driving, and how people would behave on these streets inside of communities. This looks like it has almost a straightaway from the back of the community out to Old National.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I missed this, but I did not see any traffic calming design into
Gotcha.
this.
It's not fully straight, but I hear what you're saying, which is, how can we slow, if particularly, and I think that becomes more of an
If it
issue.
doesn't have a big Bennett Street.
Right.
These drivers are-
Right. And I think that particularly if we're looking at a vehicular connection into the amenity area, that would become even more important to have something that slows that traffic down. So that is something that we can talk with the engineers about in terms of how that right of way, whether it's, putting like a small islet or something there in the middle of the community, or even where there's the break, where you can come down the one road for the balance of the units, putting some type of traffic calming in those spaces.
And I think it's important that is the traffic calming piece.
Mm-hmm.
The engineers and the developers need to take that into consideration up front. Because when they create these kind of issues for the city, people then come back and ask us to solve the problems. So I think that is very important for them to put it. The other concern that I have, and I heard you talking about some of this, is having, 107 homes?
Yes, sir.
Having this 107 homes with one access point onto Old National Highway, that's a big problem for me.
Okay.
For a community this compact and this deep,
Okay.
right? Because I can see people shutting up that road to get to that one exit, because that's the only way in and only way out, right?
Understood.
From the site plan that I see here, it looks like the church is just next door to it.
We do have a path that goes into, the intent was to have a connection between the two. And I will say that I'm not sure exactly when the church made the decision to look into the residential component of the project. One of the things that we actually looked at, because it is a mixture of uses. We could have stayed within the mixed-use designation, but when you look at your zoning ordinance, mixed use requires 3 different use types. So the church is considered institutional, the townhomes is considered residential, but according to the code, we would have to add some either retail or commercial use. We could not add technically another institutional use. So for example, if the church, and we talked about this with the church, if the church wanted to add, so let's say a daycare, well, that would be 3 different uses, but technically 2 of the same, being institutional. And so I think that there is some more flexibility that is needed out of the mixed use, because we were seriously looking at using the mixed use zoning category, but we could not fit squarely into it without basically inventing a 3rd use that really would not be appropriate. So when we're looking at the overall project, we could have potentially some type of access point through the church, vehicular access point through the church lot. That might be a possibility that would give 2 exits onto Old National, because the church is not in session 24 hours a day. So that might be a possibility that we could talk to the church about. I'm not sure whether or not that would be something that they would be supportive of, but we do know that they wanted to have access and to have a pathway, a walking path, to allow people to walk to church.
Okay. And the last comment that I'm going to make is...
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
I would like to point the question to the city attorney procedurally. I don't think this is fair. We close public comment. We allow 10 minutes on each side, but we have allowed an additional 5 minutes for the developer to sit up here and talk and make their case. And so I think we put ourselves in a precarious legal situation. Are we going to allow 5 minutes for the other side?
That question was for you, Madam Attorney.
In fairness, she was answering the question as proposed, but in keeping of the time, we would have to make the time equal for those opposed. I would also like to point out it's almost 8 o'clock.
So to be clear, anyone can answer any questions. These questions could be directed to anyone. We could ask anybody to come up here and answer questions in this question and answer period.
Presumably, yes, but you would have to keep a track of how much time is going towards those that are for it and how much time is going to those opposed. And we should do our due diligence to make sure that time is as equal as possible.
That's
information. You got that, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I can tell you who's spoken, and they're allotted 5 minutes each, so.
No, okay. Do you have a...
That is not...
Do you have a suggestion on how to proceed?
If it was 5 minutes that she answered that question, then we should give 5 minutes to those opposed to comment on what she's doing.
Okay. Wait a minute. First I'm gonna bring my old school gavel back, 'cause there's a lot of talking and I can't even hear myself. I'm going to return back to Councilman Sebastian. You had a few more questions. Just know that we're going to have questions for, I guess, the other side when you're done.
I didn't have a question remaining. I had a comment just to revisit our last zoning hearing, that I'm going to once again appeal to those folks who are coming forward and bringing these development, that by the time it gets here, please make sure you bring your best project forward. And also make sure that if you're not required to talk to the community, you volunteer to go back and talk to the community when you've done major changes. I think it's only fair that the community gets a chance to make final input on whatever your final proposal is. And with that, I yield.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you tell me how much time we spent on these questions?
We had 3 speakers thus far, so that's.
No, we're done with this. We're done with the 3 speakers for and against.
Right.
This was additional time that was just given to, so I'm asking, because we now need to balance that time out, I'm being told. So how much time do we now need to give to the opposing side?
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. My understanding was, you said if questions were asked to the applicant, that equal time would have to be given to the opposition. In that case, Councilmember Pritchett opened up questions to the applicant. Then Councilmember Williams-Brown.
Right, I'm just like, do you have a time? I want to know how much time to put on the clock.
Yeah, I would say 5 minutes.
All right. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I understand we're going to put 5 minutes back on the clock. Does someone have questions for those in opposition, or do we just allow them to speak? Okay, Councilman Willis has questions. Hold on. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett is also in the queue, and as always is our custom, we will begin with the district representative, Mayor Pro Tem.
Point of order, we've already done that, and I was in the queue.
So first off, the way the point of order works is that you ask to be acknowledged. You don't say point of order and then just start talking. Second, this is all new territory. We had a round of questions for the applicant that began, as is our practice, with the district representative. If we're now going to have a round of questions for those in opposition, I do believe that we should begin, as it's always been our practice, with the district representative. Mayor Pro Tem, that is my ruling, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. Do you have questions for those in opposition? Because this is their time now.
I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So my comment is, in the short time that I have served on this council, I do not believe that this is the first time that a council member has ever had a question for a proposed development project. And I find it so interesting that when I have questions, and I actually have not really had much commentary today, or questions that I have made during the work session, when many of us on this dais have ad nauseum asked, returned, got back in the queue, back and forth, and when I ask a question that's relevant and something that the people are here, this room is packed, people are always saying that we don't take in consideration what they want to know. I'm bringing out facts. I'm not engaging in any type of banter. And so when I have asked relevant questions that make sense as a council member from a zoning perspective for a community that I am well invested in, that I represent, then all of a sudden, for the first time, now I'm hearing add the clock to this and add the clock to that. This is the first time that I've ever seen this happen. And it just happens to happen when I have a substantial question within the time frame that I'm allotted. So that is my commentary for the record, because it just seems that all of a sudden, this is the first time that we have ever encountered these things when it happens to particular people. And I don't appreciate that at all. But that's my commentary, and I yield, so that everyone can ask all the questions they want, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, as many times as you would like to allow. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'm just following the advice of our attorney/parliamentarian. Arrowhead Youth Council and your families, I know that you all are here. You're next after this, and we got to do some prayers and some things, but you're next after this. Pledge of allegiance and stuff like that, but then you're next. Councilwoman Willis.
The attorney ruled that the opposing side should have 5 minutes. because the other side was given 5 minutes to make their case by way of questioning. So I do have a question for the opposing side, a representative from the church. Can someone from the church come to the to the microphone? I have a question because I'm hearing rumblings that there was no conversations about a lot of things that was reported today. Can somebody confirm or deny? Did you all have conversations with the developer? Was a lot of things that was reported? Were you all communicated to? I need you all to be sitting in the audience making rumblings is not going to help your case. I need someone to speak on, have you all been communicated to about these things? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Clyde Mize. I'm not a member of the church. I'm actually the church's attorney. My address is 1236 Oak Crest Drive, straight down the street here, Atlanta, Georgia, 30311. I guess I'll speak at a high level. Conversations have been had. But the nature of the conversations, I would suggest, are slightly different than as things were presented this evening. Understanding that we have a contract currently with the builder to sell that other parcel, but as we've explained, our projects are separate. We're not here to say you can't do it. We're not here to say rah, rah, rah. What I've explained to those folk is that Attorney Battle does an amazing job. She's been doing this for a long time. Keep our projects separate. This is not the again, stepping up and saying we don't want it to happen because we have a contract, we can't do that. But all I would say is this is a separate project than what our church building is going to be. That's all. I can't get into much beyond that.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Wendy Smith. I own 13.19 acres of Old National, Old National, Greater Victory Christian Center. I have been in this fight in trying to build our church for 5 years. I have gone through hell and high water. We secured a loan at Unity Bank in 2003. Unity Bank is going out of business as of June the 10th of this year. Their doors are closing. At the time when we first originally was entered into this situation with Templar, Unity Bank told our church and told me that we needed $700,000 to bridge a gap. Templar, one of the brokers, had pursued us for this property. At that point, we were in a desperate situation to try to bridge. Everybody know about bridging a loan. You get approved, but church got this kind of money, but they told us the day before closing that we had to come to the table with $700,000. Not that the church was broke, not that we didn't have any money, but the $7,000 was the far reach. That's when Templar comes in. Said, here, we want to buy this portion of land. 13.19 acres, we bought cash money in 2020. Cash money at the table. I know the whole history about all this, a long story, but what I'm trying to say to you all now, since that time, we've had a good relationship, but the dynamics of everything that we need now has changed because here comes another bank that says, we'll give you everything you need. Thank God, because Unity Bank is closing up June the 10th. So that end up being a good thing. Next bank come along and said, we got everything you need. All right, now we're in this situation with Templar. At that time, 2022, 2023, it's been 2024, it's been almost a year now. That situation really we don't need anymore. And now, and since I've heard the outcry of the public, of the community that we're going to worship in, that we're worshiping in right now, my heart goes out to the community, because I'm looking at the fact, because I have to stand with the community, I'm looking at the fact that this is a problem. I stay in South Fulton, 2700 Jackanard Lane, District 2. The Honorable Carmelita Gum is my council person. And which I'm very proud. I'm very proud of that. And I want to be an asset. My church is a thriving ministry. We don't want any type, I know my attorney's saying, hush your mouth, but we don't want, anything to disturb the community. That's my testimony. Thank you.
Amen.
I'm
We
sorry.
still got a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Does anyone have another question for those in opposition? Does anybody in opposition have anything they need to get off their chest in this minute and 5 seconds? Mr. Venable, you have a minute and 5 seconds. I'm just trying to.
Listen.
Go ahead, Mr. Venable. I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds.
Bethesda Road, Count Valley is where.
I don't know what's happening.
Now he just asked if anybody was against.
Point of order, why is the we have a minute.
Wait, I recognize I recognize that Councilwoman Willis has a point of order. What is your point of order?
We have 1 minute and 5 minutes on the clock, and so if it's someone in opposition who wishes to speak, why is the resident not being denied? Is there something that prohibits that?
I'm going to defer to our attorney/parliamentarian.
I'm not seeing a reason why, if I can confer with the director and see if there's a specific reason.
If you would just confer with our attorney privately, I'm going to recognize publicly Councilwoman Williams Brown to try to keep this moving. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I heard everything. I heard everything that the pastor of the church had to say. Was that opposition or was that for? So this is opposition to this development.
What I heard was information. I didn't hear.
Which is why I'm asking the question, because
Right.
I heard a lot. I mean, the church and the loan, but
It appears that we may have. Okay, let me try this. Cause y'all, I'm just trying to get to the end of this meeting, and really, I'm just trying to get to December 31st.
right. I mean, so I'm just asking because I know what
it appears
heard.
that that what I am seeing now in the room is that people are coming to the mic to say things, and then attorneys are coming to the mic to tell those people maybe you shouldn't say those things. I see a room full of attorneys pulling people away from the mic. Attorneys for the church, attorneys for the city, attorneys for different departments. So I don't know. When my attorneys tell me not to talk, there have been many times in these past 3 years where I've wanted to talk, and my attorneys are like, don't talk. So with that being said, I'm going to use this last minute. You can go ahead and start this clock. The public hearing has been closed. I'm gonna use this last minute to just say that it sounds like there are some more conversations that need to be, if I could just have order, if I could have, we passed a decorum ordinance and all these civility rules. It sounds like there's some more conversations that need to be had between the church and the developer, between the developer and the community, between the community and the planning commission. We do not have to have all these conversations tonight. There will not be another planning commission meeting for several weeks. There will not be another council meeting for over a month. Y'all can keep talking outside of this room. I just want to encourage everybody, keep talking. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the end of this. I do have the right, as chair, do I have the right to? All right, I'm going to go ahead and end this, and I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
This special call hearing. Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Let's not even waste any time with the queue. Let's take this vote by a show of hands. Okay.
Adjourn to 8:14.
All right. I'm going to call to order our 7 o'clock meeting. It is now 8:14. I'm going to call to order our 7 o'clock meeting. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is the roll call for the City Council regular meeting, May 27, 7 p.m. The Honorable Catherine Deferrals, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Here. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please stay on the next item.
Next item is invocation by the city chaplain.
Is there a chaplain in the house?
As she's making her way to the microphone.
All right. If you help us, we will be helped, Pastor. The floor is yours.
Let us pray. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, first we come before you saying thank you, Father. We thank you for this day that you allowed us to have, oh Father God. We ask that your presence be filled in this room this evening, oh Father God. As we come as your servants and the servant of the community, we ask that we be on one accord, and in your precious name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag.
Of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please stay on the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to the adoption of the council agenda. We do have at least 3 items that are added to the agenda. The first is through 3 events. Young Boss Festival, July 12th, 2025, 10 a.m. at Welcome Hall Park. It's added by Councilmember Willis. Also, Councilmember Bell is adding an event, Mind, Body, and Soul Mental Health Awareness Workshop, Back to School Giveaway for July 26, 2025, and also a date change for an event that was scheduled for June 14th. It is now proposed for July 12th, Reflections Mother and Daughter Brunch, again, July 12th. Those are the the three walk-on items that I had.
Correction.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What date did you give for my event?
For your event was July 12th, 2025.
No, it's August.
August, okay.
It's August 6th.
August 6th?
That was the date Dr. Cooper gave me.
So that's the Young Boss Festival for August 6th, 2025.
Wait a minute, that's not right. Okay, go ahead and put it for July, and then I'll change it. We don't have to come back before council to change the date, do we, Dr. Cooper? With this new policy? Okay, just put it for, and I'll change it. Yes, I will, because there's too many events on that date, I'll change it. Okay, I'll change.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All right, let's take this vote by show of hands. All right. Please on the next item, I believe we're at proclamations.
Yes, sir. That brings us to proclamations. We do have 4 of them this evening. The first proclamation is proclamation presentation recognizing Police Public Safety Week. This is sponsored by the full council.
Okay, and presenting on behalf of Dr. Rao is Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem is going to present in my absence, seeing most people at this time, so she's going to take care of that for me.
All right. Is it on? Okay. Okay. Hey, little cutie pie. Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is a proclamation honoring Police Public Safety Week. Whereas the safety and security of residents, businesses, and visitors of the city of South Fulton is of utmost importance, and whereas May 15th, 2025 has been recognized as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 11 through May 17, 2025 as Police Week, and
whereas the city of South Fulton recognizes the importance of fostering strong relationships between police officers and the communities they serve and remains committed to equity, transparency, and innovation in public service. And whereas members of the South Fulton Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of our community by upholding the law, maintaining public order with courage, integrity, and professionalism, and whereas police officers face daily risks and challenges to protect lives and properties, enforce laws, and build community trust through fair and impartial policing. And
whereas National Police Week serves as a dedicated time to honor the sacrifices and service of law enforcement officers and to raise public awareness about the importance of community partnerships in promoting safety and justice. And
whereas National Police Week provides an opportunity to honor and remember the courageous men and women who selflessly dedicate their lives to protecting our communities, acknowledging the daily sacrifices they and their families make in the line of duty, and extending our support to their colleagues and loved ones. Now,
therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton do hereby proclaim May 11th through May 17th as Police Public Safety Week in the City of South Fulton, Georgia, and encourage all residents, schools, faith-based organizations, civic groups, and businesses to recognize and celebrate the dedicated service of our police officers to actively engage in building a safer and more united community.
Congratulations, Chief.
Thank you, thank you.
Chief, I'd like to say this. You never know how important the police are until you need them. And these people here, I think I have worn all of y'all out individually at one point or another, seriously, because we have so much stuff that happens, and it can be from the smallest insignificant thing that you can think of to the major, major things. And these group of people and the other officers we have on the street, these are the best. Period. The best ever. And so thank you, Chief, for all that you do and putting up with us and keeping our city truly safe and being committed to this.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. In the spirit of keeping things short, I know the council's shocked, but thank you all so much. And I think that's going to be it for us.
Photos.
The next proclamation presentation is proclamation recognizing Arrow Youth Leadership Council International and Peace Weekend, sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
All right. Would y'all give a hand to these young leaders as they come in? First of all, thank you all for staying up with us. I hope that we haven't dissuaded you from a career in public service. You are needed. You are needed. So whereas the City of South Fulton, Georgia acknowledges Arrow Youth Leadership Council International and Article 10 of the Declaration of Peace and Cessation of War, DPCW, which establishes a culture of peace and encourages peaceful and strategic collaboration amongst individuals from all walks of life. And whereas HWPL has been recognized by international institutions, including receiving special consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council, affirming the organization's global credibility and the significance of its peace framework. And whereas the purpose of the DPCW Article 10 and the HWPL, Georgia's Legislative Peace Program, is to cultivate sustainable and peace infrastructure through partnerships with local governance, educational systems, and community stakeholders. And whereas Peace Weekend serves as a powerful platform for education, celebration, and collective action through cities within the Atlanta Metro, encouraging municipal governments, institutions, and residents to actively promote peace initiatives within their jurisdictions. And whereas this dedicated week, cities and districts are encouraged to identify, promote, and participate in existing community initiatives such as neighborhood cleanups, community dialogues, educational workshops, and service projects under the banner of Peace Weekend, fostering collaboration and strengthening the social fabric that builds lasting harmony across our diverse communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council do hereby proclaim June 6th through 8th as Peace Weekend in the city of South Fulton, Georgia, and encourage all residents, schools, civic leaders, and community organizations to participate in the Family Peace Festival and all related events to advance peace, education, community empowerment, and a lasting culture of peace throughout our country.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to kick off this summer 2025 with peace and youth wellness and youth safety. Thank you.
The next proclamation, actually, there will be a point of personal privilege by Councilmember Sebastian. Because he won.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Clerk. Ms. Superintendent, can you step forward? We know you've made quite an impact since you've been here. And by the way, this is a District 4 Farmers Market bag. Hint, hint. But we wanted to, I had this prepared for you because I realized we were in the midst of doing the State of the City. And we really didn't get time to appreciate the work that you've done for us in the last 2 years. So thought about getting this for you so that the council, can present this to you. So, hold on for me. So it is our city logo with your name on it.
For bringing us that $18 million. $18 million for the city.
Here's your bag, man. Photo first. Photo. We need to get a photo. No.
You get to say something.
Speech. You want me to say something?
Yes.
So I am very surprised. It's rare that anybody gets to surprise me. So thank you for that. Thank you for the recognition. It is my pleasure to serve the community, and like I say all the time, my goal here is to try to make good on the promise that was made to the city of the people of South Fulton when you became a city. So thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the recognition.
You want to do? Okay. Next proclamation presentation is a proclamation presentation honoring the Sandtown Lions Track and Field Club. Sponsored by Councilmember Gums and the full council.
All right. Y'all ready? You not gonna bring young man up here? He got the whole outfit on. So all of the coaches will get a proclamation. All right. So first of all, thank you all for being here. And I have yours. So this proclamation is honoring the Sandtown Lions Track and Field Club. And I'm going to read it. Whereas, hold on 1 second. I got to put my glasses. Whereas the Sandtown Lions Track and Field Club, Sandtown Lions, is a well-established track and field program that focuses on the advancement, development, and growth of South Fulton and Metro Atlanta area students, athletes. And whereas the Sandtown Lions are led by head coach Mario Fletcher, a Westlake High School class of 97 alum, U.S. Marine Corps veteran, proud father of 7, and devoted community advocate who has served over 20 years coaching football, track, and numerous GRPA state champions, AAU track and field All-Americans, and AAU national champions.
Whereas Sandtown Lions excel through discipline, hard work, and endurance, and at the 2025 GRPA State Class A State Championships representing South Fulton Sandtown Lions, student athletes Zenobia Gaines, Lauren Reese, Reagan Williams, Millen Fletcher broke a 13-year record in the 4x100 meter with a time of 51.52. And whereas Lauren Reese broke 14-year record in the 100-meter record with a time of 12.41, placed first in the 100-meter, 200-meter, and 4x100 relay races and long jump, and reigns as a 11-time GRPA gold medalist, 8-time AAU All-American, and AAU national champ. And Millen Fletcher placed first in the 400-meter, 800-meter, 4x100 relay, and 4x400 relay races, and reigns as a 12-time GRPA gold medalist, 10-time AAU All-American, AAU national championship.
Give her a hand, y'all. And whereas at the 2025 state championship, Sandtown Lions student athletes placed first in the girls 100-meter, 200-meter, 400-meter, 800-meter, 4x100 relay, and 4x400 relay races. First in the boys 800 race in the long jump field, and a second through third in numerous events. Now, therefore, be resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of South Fulton, Georgia, celebrate, commend, and support the Sandtown Lions Track and Field Club for their innovative and athletic commitment and leadership to the students, families, and civic pride of our city. And on behalf of the over 108,000 residents, which is more, that called the city of South Fulton home, hereby proclaim Tuesday, May 27, 2025, as Sandtown Lions Track and Field Club Day, and encourages all residents to extend support and congratulations to the students and leaders' hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence and community service. Congratulations.
I'm usually never speeches, but this is amazing. This is awesome. We appreciate you guys for presenting these awesome student athletes and coaches and those who do a great service in the community. So we thank you. This has been a long grind for us, and we really appreciate the recognition. We had 80 kids this year in South Fulton, so we couldn't fit them all, but we did bring a few medals and awards that we did, but it's just, it's amazing. Yeah. Yeah. No, seriously, it's more. But thank you, though, seriously. Yeah, thank you. And all those involved. We have Mr. Reggie Stewart, Coach Swan, Miss McGee, Mr. Bunkley, Coach Zell, Miss Jones, and Coach Kaya. All of these people here play a major part in what we do. We don't even have a track to practice on, and it's been like that for years, but we still do an amazing job. So we would love to have a track, access to one. So, but these are we appreciate it. But these amazing people here, those are the ones. So we appreciate it. We couldn't do this without everybody. So thank y'all again. Thank you.
And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the parents as well, because you all have a big part in this as well. So thank you all. You want to take a picture?
Yeah, these babies are ready to go. Come on, we're about to take a picture. Stand right here. Come on, look straight. Say cheese.
Congratulations. Thank you. One more.
And the last proclamation presentation for this evening is a proclamation presentation. Proclamation presentation recognizing Rodney Littles, sponsored by Councilmember Sebastian and the full council. Mr. Rodney Littles.
Let's give him a second to get out of here.
All right. This is our 8th year since the creation of the city of South Fulton. And this one, I believe, is long overdue, given the role that this gentleman to my left played, especially as a citizen advocate, while we were creating the city of South Fulton. I couldn't put all of it on one proclamation, to be quite honest. And so I hope this would do justice to him, but sometimes it's the process and the acknowledgement, more than even the words that are put down, that says something. So, I think your councilwoman is not here, right? She's virtual? Yes. And former councilwoman is here, so the former councilwoman may help me read some of this. Whereas Rodney J. Littles, a descendant of Crestwood, Tulsa massacre, I was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and later grew up in New York State. He currently serves as the Fulton County Reparations Task Force, an advisory body to the Board of Commissioners to investigate and to provide recommendations to the Board of Commissioners regarding priorities, objectives, and policies, which will support the revitalization, preservation, and stabilization of the Black/African American population in Fulton County in the form of reparations. And
whereas Rodney has been a dedicated advocate for minority business development in the Northeast and the Southern Eastern United States. As a founding member of the New York State Minority Business Advisory Board, appointed by Governor Hugh L. Carey, he led the board in drafting legislation that created a statewide minority business development program to increase purchasing from minority-owned businesses. And whereas Rodney served as an assistant director of the New York Small Business Development Center with 14 offices in Long Island, New York, and upstate New York. He also served in the office of the Dean of School of Business at Medgar Evers College, the City University of New York, and was responsible for business and community partnerships. He has served as an economic development associate for the Du Bois Bunch Center for the Public Policy and as an advisor to the Center for Entrepreneurship and Economic Development at the college. And
whereas Rodney is the president of R.J. Littles and Associate, Inc., a real estate consulting firm, has collaborated on real estate and development projects within the United States, West Africa, and the Caribbean, and has traveled to Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Nigeria, and Cameroon. And whereas, after moving to Georgia as a member of the staff of State Representative Roger Bruce, Mr. Littles worked with the Georgia General Assembly to help introduce a supplier diversity bill to increase the purchasing of goods and services by the state with minority and women-owned business firms.
whereas Rodney J. Littles made a significant contribution to the efforts to create the city of South Fulton. As a member of the State Representative Roger Bruce's staff, he assisted in drafting the cityhood bill. Rodney joined with other HOA and community leaders to form South Fulton United, LLC, a 501c3 organization to educate the public on why the city should be formed. He later co-founded the People's Campaign to push for the yes in the vote for the referendum. He offered his services again as a volunteer for the governor's City of South Fulton Transition Commission, which was appointed to stand up the new city.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council, in the season of celebration, our 8th city's anniversary, hereby recognize and honors Rodney J. Littles for his exemplary citizenship, community advocacy, and dedicated service and lasting contributions to the city and our community, and do hereby proclaim Tuesday, May 27, 2025, as Rodney J. Littles Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton.
Well, I haven't often been speechless, but I tell you, it's kind of close. This is near and dear to me because when I came here in 2007, I got drafted to help at then State Representative Roger Bruce with the cityhood movement. Now, coming from ancestry from Tulsa, Greenwood, the unincorporated area reminded me so much of what my dad used to tell me about Greenwood. We spent money amongst each other. We supported the businesses in our community that looked like us. We took care of the kids, made sure they were all right. And we were concerned about our community. So getting involved in the cityhood movement wasn't too difficult for me to do, other than it took a long time. And in 2013, I just want to say, 2012, 2013, when we finally got the city, I want to thank a couple of people who kind of drafted me and got me involved in it. State Representative Roger Bruce, of course, at the time, State Representative Virgil Flood. They were the two that actually made sure that the bill got introduced a second time. And a special thanks to State Senator Donzella James, who carried it in the Senate in a very, very tough end of the session evening. I'll never forget it. But the most important part of the city journey really was just meeting so many people across what was the unincorporated area. And the one thing that we had in common, we wanted a community that we had self-control of our dollars, our tax dollars. We wanted representation that lived in the footprint, because at the time, all 7 county commissioners lived outside of the city of South Fulton, or the proposed city of South Fulton at the time. So we wanted to be a first-in-class city, was the vision at that time, that just happened to be majority African-American and people of color. So I want to thank the council members, the mayor, the leadership, the staff of our new city for helping us see that dream become a reality, that we are a city, we're on the rise, and we will be a best-in-class city that just happens to be majority African-American. Thank you.
Actually, there's one more thing. We decided to put the city seal on a plaque with your name on it as well. That was done by an artist in District 4. So again, congratulations. Well deserving and well past time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
You gotta stand for the picture. You can't just get your gifts and run off.
Hey, the picture.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, that brings us to the public comment portion of the meeting. I will read the public comment rules into the record. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item that they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not disrupt the council meeting by speaking for too long, by being unduly repetitious, or by extending discussion of irrelevancies. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for a political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, we did receive a number of speaker cards, a few I should say. As I call your name, please address the podium, state your name, address, the district you reside in, the agenda item on the agenda that you are addressing, and the council district in which you reside. I have Adonis T. Bell, Richard Snellings, Ashley Vanderland. Those three, if you would please.
Okay. Hello, I'm Adonis Bell. I reside at 1910 New Hope Road, Atlanta, Georgia 30331. I'm in District 1, and I have an issue with agenda item XB. So from my understanding that this agenda item is supposed to be put behind my home, like in that area. And so I'm not too sure, but I believe that they're going to use the street of Deborah Drive, which is between myself and another neighbor of mine. And so my concern is if they do choose to use Deborah Drive, the traffic is already horrible coming out of there on New Hope. And so I feel like it would be very congested and causing many problems. Also, I feel that if there is a major like street entering and exiting that supposed commercial area or homes that's going to be back there, I'm very concerned about that being allowed due to myself having an 8-year-old and the children that I have over to the house. I'm concerned for their safety if there's a major street in between the two homes. And also I think about too, the wildlife. You know, I have deer that come through the yard. That's fine, well and good. I love that. But at the same token, if there is so much construction, then they won't have anywhere to go. And I don't want them to live in my yard. I just want them to graze and go through. So my biggest concern, honestly, true, is all of those things. But I feel that if they're going to use that street, that there does not need to be used because of the fact of all the traffic. And then also, I really feel that there shouldn't be any commercial anything behind our neighborhood and behind our homes. I don't feel that's safe as well. So those are my concerns that I want to bring to the council and the mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Snellings, did you wish to?
Yes. All right, Rashard Snellings, 1980 Loch Lomond, District 1. I'm here to talk about the last agenda item. I don't have the agenda item number. Now, right is right, and unfortunately, there's so much wrong with this. Back in January, the mayor was publicly humiliated over what he contends was a legitimate business trip. This all seemed very hypocritical, and quite frankly, as residents, it's hard to tell the difference between the trip the mayor took and this proposed expedition to Nigeria. As taxpayers, we have flown multiple elected officials all over the globe, not just one, with nothing to show for it. To date, there have been no measurable results, and nothing tangible has been produced by any one of these luxury getaways. In January, it was stated repeatedly that when you are asked to travel, to attend a meeting, the cost is usually covered by the host. But 5 months later, we are being asked to cover it. This seems more like an opportunity for the county chair to enjoy fine Nigerian cuisine with his friends at our expense because relationships matter. Historically, we've witnessed a whole lot of parties which are often campaign events disguised as community gatherings. I've personally seen the abuse of spending where not everyone is held to the same standard. As a city on the rise, why limit travel to Earth? Might as well give SpaceX a try also. In closing, I'd like to remind you that the city manager publicly stated in the last council meeting that we need to be more conservative in our spending. This does not seem to be conservative spending to me. We know the city council unanimously condemned the trip that was taken to Africa last year. I wonder how they will vote on sending their own colleague to Nigeria. Again, right is right no matter who it is. Thank you.
Ashley Vanderland.
Hi, good evening. Apologies for the confusion. I completed a public comment card in the event somebody had questions or concerns about agenda item XE on the zoning section. Thank you.
That completes public comment for this evening.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to council comments.
We'll start with District 1.
Dr. Rao?
I tell you what, we'll circle back to Dr. Rao. Councilwoman Gomes?
First, I would like to say my thoughts and prayers are with the family of the young woman who tragically lost her life last night, and also the other young lady that remains in critical condition. I do want to give a thank you to our public safety officers and police officers that were there to actually help and serve the residents. I'm going to kind of take my public comments in a little bit of a different direction because I didn't have an opportunity earlier to ask pointed questions or get answers that I probably need for you to, before I forget, for the city manager to address. We've had significant accidents at Butner and Camp Creek, and also at Old Fairburn and Camp Creek. And just recently, one with a fatality. My concern and question is, what are we doing with the Slow Your Roll campaign? Is it still actively going on? And wanted to make sure that we have some more visibility in reference to trying to get our officers out there. I know that they have been dispersed on different parts of the city, and I have noticed that since they have not been actively on Camp Creek, people have been speeding, and I want to see how we can get that back going if that campaign is still rolling. And then also from the incident that took place yesterday, my understanding is that there were party houses that were hosting kids. Of course, it was Memorial Day weekend and people love a great pool party in South Fulton. I know that simultaneously, from what I've heard, that there were 3, but most of them have been posted on Instagram. People are charging for this. We had this incident back in last summer where we talked about it, some of these Airbnbs. Is it possible that we can, I'm not sure how the police department or CID is investigating. Even today, I went on to a number of Instagram pages and they have pool parties that are being advertised. I'm asking that we take another look at that just so we can make sure we are doing our due diligence and shutting these parties down. Now, not the ones that are good, but just the ones that are over 75. I think with our special events ordinance, I think is a certain amount of people that we can have at these type of parties. So I just want to make sure we're doing that part. Cliftondale Dog Haven grand opening was excellent. Even despite the rain, we had a wonderful turnout. People are excited about having their dogs coming up and down in Cliftondale Park. We had some of the seniors working out and walking on the soft walking track, as well as really utilizing our tennis courts. We had some HBCU schools, a coalition where they actually came out and they were excited about the new renovated tennis courts. So we really want to keep that, but thank you all to those who participated. If you looked in my newsletter, we have some cute little pups that were awarded gift cards for their costumes and their cute little colors. I've never seen a green dog, but I saw a dog that was green. So that was exciting. Also, wanted to make sure, this is another question. I've noticed that the Soul Food Keep Clean campaign has launched, and also the recognition of, knowing where you will live, your boundaries. You're in South Fulton. I've noticed that. Is there a way that we can amplify? It's been kind of quiet, it's subtle, and wanted to know how we can get that more engaged. But I like what I'm seeing, and I'm just hoping that other residents are seeing it as well. So hopefully we can get that more amplified so people can start talking about what South Fulton is doing. Lastly, we have our summer reading kickoff on June the 7th. Literacy is the foundation of a long-term public safety, innovation, and workforce development in our city. The summer reading kickoff program at Wolf Creek Library will be on June the 7th, I believe, at 1 o'clock. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Mia and Macy, who are two young bakers with a growing business in South Fulton. And they have an incredible story, but they will also be there as well to show residents how to start their own business and be change makers in our community. So I'm excited about that. We'll be hosting our Summer Senior Health Day on June the 20th. We will be hosting that at Cranwell Crow. We will be doing that with Deshaun Johnson with Guru Abs. I'm trying to think of a cute, catchy theme with that, but we will continue to do these summer health events that address aging in place and combat social isolation. And lastly, on June the 28th, we will be hosting our South Fulton Fire Department and American Red Cross at High Point Lane. In their neighborhood, we will be changing smoke detectors and giving out new detectors for those families in older homes. So those are some of the things that we are continuously working on, and we will be doing those, and we will be enjoying our June summer break. So that concludes all of my comments, and hopefully I'll get some responses from the city manager soon. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, I understand you're ready. And we'll come back. Again,
I needed to add one thing.
Councilwoman Gums needs to add one thing, so go ahead.
One last thing, GDOT. Is there a way that we can engage GDOT in reference to some additional lighting on Camp Creek? I know that's something that we've been trying for quite some time. But again, I noticed with some of the accidents that have occurred, especially at that old Fairburn and Butner and Camp Creek area, it's because of the lighting as well. So if that is something that we can do, I'd like to have that done. Thank you. All right, I'm sorry, Council.
All right, Dr. Rao, are you there? Okay, we'll keep checking back. District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I want to extend my condolences to our city clerk, Councilmember Rao, Councilmember Bell, and our assistant city clerk on the significant losses that you all have recently experienced in your life. And take time to grieve, because grief is not brief. I want to thank all of the residents who came out and participated in the recycling day at Walkmall Park on last weekend. We had over 100 participants. So thank you for helping to keep our community clean and green. I want to also thank our seniors and residents for coming out for bingo, and thank you for Councilmember Gums and Commissioner Arrington for coming out and supporting and helping. We had over 300 residents to show up to bingo at Walkmall Park. We seriously need to consider getting a bingo hall, because our residents they really, especially the seniors, enjoy bingo. I want to thank the park and recreation staff because they did an amazing job. We couldn't do it without them. And also, we fed them dinner, lunch, and they had some great prizes for bingo. But it was just a sense of community that was most of all that was important. We have another bingo on July 12th in partnership with House Representative Lydia Glaze and Commissioner Arrington at Walkmall Park. And also will be a health fair there, and with Georgia Spartans and DJ Smoke. That will be on July 12th. So please plan to attend that. Hot jazz and cool lemonade this Friday at Walkmall Park at 6 p.m. And then we also don't forget about the Red Oak District Community Market that is held every first Friday. at Siloam Church, and that is held from 4:30 to 8:30. And we also have one more thing. Oh, the Fresh Market. The Fresh Market is coming back to Walkmore Park. We got awarded another grant, so thank you to Commissioner Arrington for supporting Walkmore Park and helping us and funding the Fresh Market every year. So we will have that starting in June. I will post that flyer. It is we have 4 dates. It will be every Friday in June at 10 a.m. at Welcome All Park. Every Thursday in June at Welcome All Park. We have 4 Thursdays. You come out, you get a healthy demonstration. And then you will also leave with a bag of fresh vegetables and fruit. So thank you so much for helping us secure that grant. That Fresh Market workshop moves around Fulton County, and this is the second time we have been awarded and been secured. The grant has been given to Welcome All Park. I want to tell you all to stay engaged. The summer is here. Know where your teens are. You know, there's still a lot of people hiring, so I plan to post the jobs, the companies that came to our job fair. Please, keep up with your kids. I want to give blessings and prayers to the families that have been impacted by the tragedies. The pool party, there was a pool party in my district that started on Pittman Road. It spilled over to Camp Creek, and a young lady was tragically killed on Camp Creek. And another one was shot, I think, on Pittman Road at the pool party. Over 300 kids was at this pool party. It was an unsanctioned event. It was not an approved event. It was an illegal event. And I implore you parents to please keep up with your kids, ask them where they're going, and know where they are during the summer. We have a long summer, and it's just beginning. Thank you.
Dr. Rowe? All right. District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, condolences to staff for one bother to enumerate the list again. My prayers are with you guys as you go through this time of loss of close family members, and also to our colleague, Dr. Royal, as she looked to put her mom to rest in the next few days. We have an election that started today, y'all. Early voting started today. It is for Public Service Commission. So if you have not yet done your research, please go and do some research. This commission dictates your utility cost across the state of Georgia. They set the rates. So you need to have people that you know and that you select. Do not stay home for this election. Treat it as if you're electing your city council and your president. It is that important. Secondly, I want to encourage seniors across the city to take part in our next senior experience event. That will be taking place on June 7th at Elegant Occasions, and this is our 3rd event, I believe, where we're talking about safety and health and wellness. And you would not imagine the things that we have learned, even in those discussing about people getting scammed, people getting physically abused. And so we want to encourage you. This time we're going to be focusing on health and wellness. We're going to be focusing on how to control and use things like medication, and how you can protect yourself even during the hot summer months. So again, you can go online and register. You can search for it. You can register through my newsletter, but I encourage everyone to come out and see what we're doing in District 4 to ensure the safety of our seniors. And we will have a little fun as well, because I understand some of the seniors are going to be doing some modeling as well. They're trying to get me into that, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet. But anyway, I think we can continue to address the health and wellness and safety of our seniors in District 4, and that's a thing that's much needed. Slingfest, 4th year, is coming up at Wilkinson Mill Park on June 26th and 27th. On the evening of the 26th, we're going to kick things off with a concert and some competition of these different rides. You know, these three-wheel vehicles. This is our 4th year here. I understand it is the second largest revenue generator for our Visitors and Tourism Bureau. So if you have not been there yet, I encourage you guys to come down to Wilkinson Mill Park on 6/27 at about 5 o'clock and on 6/28 starting at about noon. Thank you so much for supporting our recent farmers market that was launched last Thursday. It was a month behind. First month got rained out, so we were very excited to kick things off. It was fantastic. It's amazing that the things that you can see of people in our community who are doing. Those plaques that were presented tonight, they came from just one of the artisans in District 4 that does that kind of work. Congratulations to all our graduates. This is graduation month, and I know we've all posted and we've seen all the things. And truly, when you've gotten from the stage of one stage to the next in the school, or you're going off to college and so on and so forth, it's a momentous occasion for a lot of families, and also brings angst for a lot of families as well. So pray for those who are letting their babies out, some for the first time, to go to different states and even to places that they have not been to themselves. Congratulations again to our regional HU flag football champions, the Legacy Raiders. They will be representing the region. They're the regional championship for flag football, and they'll be representing the region at the national championships coming up in Ohio. Sorry. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank those who have really stepped up and done things for our city. And we cannot say enough about our Public Works Department. They have a lot of projects going on. Staff know that I've been asking them a lot about this roundabout at City Grove and Rivertown Road, because the community have been asking me about it. I noticed that quite a bit of work has been done in the last week or so. So although we told the community it would have been finished and opened back up on the 15th, we have had so much rain that it has delayed the opening up of that project. But we're getting close to the end, because I can see the work progressing on the project every single day. So thank you for your patience, community, but it's coming and it will be worth the wait. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, District 5, where I hear it's kept alive, Councilwoman Keosha Bell.
That would be correct. Thank you so much, Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for the calls, the texts, messages from my family and I during the loss of our dear family member, to the clerk and Councilwoman Rao. Again, my condolences to you and your family. We will get through this. I do want to thank everybody that came out to Bell's Rhythms Revealed. We had a great time. Thanks to all of our CSRs and staff that joined us and boogied 1, 2, 3 on the floor, from clapping your fans to enjoying just the entertainment. To my colleagues that came out, thank you so much. So again, we will be back next year with a little bit of a change and a little bit of a twist for next year. So thank you so much for coming out. Again, I want to give thanks to Parks and Recreation Department, to the family, the friends, and the community who came out and attended our Workforce Academy, the largest class that we have had since I've been in office. We had 30 graduates, so I'm super excited about what they have in store as a new electrical apprentice. We are gearing up for our next electrician program for Workforce Academy. Note. Again, if you were not able to get your sons, your nephews, your daughters, yourself in the program, the next class will begin on Tuesday, June the 17th, 2025. So super important. The spaces will fill up. We're looking to double our numbers each and every time, each and every opportunity that we get to train individuals with a free electrical training program right here in our city. So again, classes will begin for the next session on Tuesday, June 17th. And you'll receive more information about that momentarily. We are gearing up and turning it up a notch because we are keeping it live in District 5 for our Workforce Academy, our dual award-winning program. So we are getting ready for our next Kids Coding and Droning. This is going to be for kids ages 8 and up. If you are interested, sign up will begin in July, but you can feel free to go ahead and send me your email if you are interested in having your child a part of the next Kids Coding and Droning classes. Special thanks to our city manager for helping me meet my priority of making sure we add some light around Burdette Park, where if many of you have came to the recreation center, as soon as you leave out, it's super dark. So I'm super proud to announce that we now have street lights all up and down Burdette Park and Burdette Way. So that is super happy. It makes me super happy, but for the residents, so now you don't have to drive in the dark or walk in the dark. And so we want to make sure that all of our residents and community is staying safe. So super happy about all of the lighting we now have at Burdette Park. We are gearing up for our D5 Town Hall meeting with special guests, our city manager, Sharon Subadan, which will be June the 3rd from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at Burdette Park. Again, D5 Town Hall, June 3rd, 6 p.m. to 7:30 at Burdette Park. And just as a reminder, we are still continuing with the Hoops for Heroes, which is each and every Sunday at 1 o'clock p.m. at Burdette Park. This gives our first responders, EMS, police officers, they have their own basketball teams, and they are truly hooping for heroes. So again, if you are not receiving our newsletter, please submit your email address. I can be reached at Keosha, KEOSHA, .bill@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. And you can also reach out to my office, Mr. Philip Wiley. That's all the announcements I have. Thank you.
All right, over to the sensational six, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. These are what? Your church announcements for the week. May the 29th at 11 a.m., Facts to Thrive, District 6, in partnership with Facts to Thrive and Dignity Memorial, will be holding a financial workshop where we will be discussing future financial planning as we work to build a financially wise generation. This is a lunch and learn opportunity, free to all residents, so please do come to Burdette Park at 11 a.m. on May 29th for the financial workshop. We will be back at Burdette on June 7th for the Father's Day Bingo. I know that there is a whole lot going on in the city that day. But please do, for those of you who will not be attending the Rick Ross Car Show, please do come to Bingo. Please bring your fathers. We always have a lot of really great gifts for the fathers. There may or may not be a complete barbecue set again this year, but you have to show up to find out. My Coffee with a Cop will be on June 3rd at the IHOP from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Please do come out and meet our police officers who, as you heard earlier today, work so hard and do such a great job of keeping us all safe here in the city of South Fulton. And then on June 21st will be the monthly food distribution at Creel Park. Again, this is a partnership that is on paper, signed, sealed, and delivered with the Atlanta Community Food Bank to provide free food to the community. There is no money that is being spent on this food. This is free food coming from the Atlanta Community Food Bank. So please do come out to Creel Park. We start at 10 a.m. and we go until the food runs out, which is creeping closer and closer to 12 o'clock each and every month. In that vein, I do want to thank all of my partners who show up and are dedicated each and every month to coming out to assist with the food giveaway, especially in the spirit of thanking police. I want to thank the police and the park rangers for always showing up, our Parks and Rec staff, the Pearl at Work Foundation, the 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta, the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity and Zeta Phi Beta Sorority, as well as Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, who have been dedicated and committed partners for the past year. Also want to thank the Pearls at Work Foundation and the 100 Black Men of South Metro for sponsoring books and book bags for our young scholars at Love T. Nolan Elementary. They provided free books for students to take home for the summer to read. Hopefully, they will use that book and then go to the library and build upon that. I don't know if they still give out the personal pan pizza if you complete the reading card for your reading over the summer, but we do want to encourage our young scholars in their reading. And I want to take a moment to give a special shout out to two District 6 partners who have been faithful and committed. One is Facts to Thrive. She has recently received a grant from Fulton County to do senior home repairs for seniors, and so she will be bringing that online here shortly, as well as Future Seekers, the summer camp that is housed at Creel Park, also got a grant from Fulton County to be able to do more in terms of running the summer camp and provide services to our students. And just one more thing. This is going to be my last thing. And finally, I want to not just echo all the condolences that have been said, but I want to make sure that I especially recognize Councilwoman Bell, who left a funeral to come to this council meeting. All of us get vilified often, sometimes daily, by people who are upset about various and sundry things. But rarely does anyone ever talk about what it takes to serve and the sacrifices that we make to serve. And so, more than giving condolences, want to let people know how committed all of us are to doing this work. She could have stayed in Gainesville with her family, but she thought it not robbery to come here and serve. So as we leave this place, please embrace her with love, because she did not have to do this. I yield.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So, as it's been mentioned, the Rick Ross Car Show will be on June 7th. Not sure if anyone will tell you this, but you can only gain access to the Rick Ross Car Show by registering and getting on one of the shuttle buses. They will not allow you to Uber there. They will not allow you to drive up. You cannot park anywhere on Old National and walk up. That's the only way you can get there. So just in case you wanted to participate and you haven't registered,
register, Google it. But if you haven't registered, if you're not attending, please don't come on Old National parking and just trying to get in on some partying, because there will be a very high police presence that is there to make sure that the community is safe, to make sure that the people who live in the neighboring communities, that people are not illegally parking there, that the shopping plazas that are servicing other patrons do not lose business because parking spaces are taken up, parking lots are trashed, partying, fighting, madness, foolishness is going on. Last year, our police department did a phenomenal job at keeping traffic flowing. And I think this year it's going to be even better, and it's going to be very well contained. So that's just my public advisory. On June the 12th, myself and our Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department will be hosting the Housing Roundtable. And this is a discussion about ideas related to affordable housing, addressing housing affordability and zoning regulations, bringing awareness to housing instability. The key stakeholders will be local government representatives, developers and real estate professionals, housing advocates, community members, and finance experts. So this will be on June the 12th, which is a Thursday, at 6 p.m. at our Economic Development Office in the LA Fitness Shopping Plaza, which is 6385 Old National Highway, Suite 210. And on June the 14th, the Old National District is having their farmers market again in that same shopping plaza. I think it's from 11 to 2. So come back out to our OND farmers market. They have a petting zoo. They have great vendors. It's a lot of fun. So please come out to that. This is also another public service announcement. On July the 7th, the Broadnex Bridge project, which is in front of the Oakley Township subdivision, where that bridge will be replaced, will begin the detour and bridge construction starting July the 7th. So there will be detours, and you will not be able to enter Oakley Township from Oakley Industrial. You will have to come from Fayetteville Road up to Red Hawk Run. This project is anticipated to continue through October 6th, where the bridge will be reopened, and the project's tentative completion date will be December 31st. And so that concludes my updates for you. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rowell, you ready? All right. If you'll go ahead and bring up those slides. Thank you. This is a magical year. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. We just celebrated Memorial Day. Many of you all may not know that this all-American holiday began as a black holiday. 160 years ago, at the end of the Civil War, black residents in South Carolina discovered 257 dead black soldiers who fought in the Union Army in the Civil War to end slavery, buried in a mass grave in a Confederate prison camp. They spent over 2 weeks exhuming the bodies and making sure that each one of those 257 soldiers had a proper burial. And then on May 1st, 1865, 160 years ago, over 10,000 people lined, 10,000 black people led by 2,800 black school children, that is the picture from that day, lined the streets of Charleston, South Carolina to celebrate those fallen soldiers. The day was originally called Decoration Day. It actually was not adopted as a federal holiday until 1967, just a few decades ago. It's an important reminder that our history is American history. A very similar holiday began that same year on June 19th, 1865. So the Civil War had been over for months, and the last people held in slavery did not find out the information that the war was over for 6 months. They were in Galveston, Texas. And so people there began celebrating a holiday called Juneteenth. I believe that Juneteenth is the most American of all holidays because it reminds us that we are not free until all of us are free. I'm so proud to be in this city, which led the state and the nation in making Juneteenth a holiday before it became a federal holiday. So 160 years ago, 2 holidays that came out of our community are now national holidays, Memorial Day and Juneteenth. We have an incredible Juneteenth celebration coming up with Moni Love, Anthony David, and Kevin Ross is like one of my favorite singers. So I'm very excited. Please come out June 14th. That is the Saturday before Father's Day. I believe that we're going to start at 6 this year because it usually is a little hot. You know, I think maybe we're still working it out, but we'll let you know. You can sign up for text alerts by texting the word news to 55444, and we'll get all that information to you. I see Dr. Rao has appeared again. All right, we'll get your comments in July. Thank you all so much. South Fulton, forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Excuse me. Next item on the agenda is approval of city council meeting minutes. Please note that this date should be May 13th. So it's approval of the regular meeting minutes, May 13th, 2025, work session minutes, May 13th, 2025, and alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, May 13th, 2025.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can we take this vote in the queue? Is everybody switched over to our 7 p.m. meeting? This is our voting meeting.
Councilmember Bell. You want to take it in the queue?
I'll tell you, we'll just, because it's already 9:30, let's just take it by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is consent agenda, items A, B, C, and D.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is alcohol license, rezoning, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. First is letter A, request approval of an alcohol beverage license application by 4410 Roosevelt Investment Incorporated, doing business as Exxon Food Mart, located at 4410 Roosevelt Highway, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. Requesting approval of a new license for retail sale of beer and wine. Staff recommendations approval, located in Council District 5.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion. I motion to approve.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is letter B, it's request council approval of a zoning resolution, case M24-011, an application by Apex Sandtown, Carol Wilson, Brock and Irby, requesting a modification to petition number 2006Z-0040 to modify conditions 1 through 5 to change the site plan in MIX, Sandtown overlay, to develop 7,000 square feet of commercial and office space and 117 single-family detached and townhome residential units at 0 Campbellton Road, located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial. My understanding, the applicant is requesting withdrawal.
The chair will entertain a motion. The motion is to deny? To withdraw, okay. All right. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously for withdrawal.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item C, second read, request council approval of a rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-003. Application by Whitney Blanco requesting rezoning from R3 in the Sandtown Overlay District to R4A at 1875 Dove Drive Southwest on 1.09 acres to accommodate the construction of 4 single-family homes, Council District 1. Staff recommendation was changed from denial to approval with 3 single-family homes, and Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. And just to be clear, I'm sorry, this is to approve with the staff recommendation from 4 to 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right, please sound the next item.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the vote was 5 and 1 person not voting. Oh, no, 5 to 1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Yes, I meant to vote. I'm sorry. Mine didn't pop up.
Oh, there's Dr. Rao.
All right, are you approving or denying, Dr. Rao? If you'll just get her vote and we'll record that, it's already 5 to 1. So, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter D, second read, request council approval of a zoning ordinance, KZ 25-004, Resurgence Consulting LLC, requesting rezoning from CUP to TR at 0 Shamrock Drive in the Cliftondale Overlay District to develop 44 townhomes. The applicant is also seeking to change the future land use from suburban neighborhood to suburban 2 neighborhood. It's located in Council District 3. Staff and Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to deny.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously for denial. And Mr. Mayor, for the record, Councilman Morale voted yes. So on item C, it was 6 to 1.
Please sound the next item.
Item E, second read and request council approval of rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-012. The applicant is requesting rezoning from MIX in the South Fulton Parkway Overlay District to C1 to construct a bank on 1.10 acres at 5290 Campbellton Fairburn Road, located in Council District 3. Staff and Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to agenda items. Letter A, Public Works. Number 1, the Public Works Department requests council approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete T-Splosh 1 project OSI-607, Mooney Road at West Stubbs Road intersection improvements. Parcel 3, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia, to condemn said property interests where necessary. Fair market value established at $3,700.
The chair will entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter B, administration. Number 1, request council approval of a resolution to amend, we have a substitute on that. A resolution to amend Resolution 2020-011, creating a city vehicle usage policy for elected officials and for other lawful purposes. This is the document that was handed out previously.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve, but I have, go ahead, I have a discussion.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis. Mr. Clerk, do you mind? Thank you.
Okay, it is. I have a question. I read through the policy, but I didn't see where we put the provision where elected officials will be subject to random drug tests when like the rest of the employees? Why wouldn't we? I mean, other employees do it. Yeah, but we're driving city vehicles, and when employees drive city vehicles, they're subject to random drug tests. So why wouldn't we have the same? Why wouldn't we? We're driving city vehicles. We shouldn't be excluded. We should be held to the same standard. It is in there.
It's in subsection J.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion. Oh, there's already a motion and a second on the floor. All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote.
Record that motion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Councilmember Alves, 5, 6. So 6 yays and nay, or 6 to 1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 2. Request council approval of amendments to the FY 2025 budget totaling $22,705. And I'm sorry, $22,705,112, increasing the city's total budget from $268,926,133 to $291,631,245. These adjustments include reapportioning prior year encumbrances from T-SPLOS 2, funding for property acquisitions, updates to grant budgets, and required general fund contributions, and an increased project costs for improvements to the Southwest Arts Center.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this for a vote.
Record that motion. Approve. Councilmember Sebastian, approve unanimously. 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 3, request council approval of a resolution establishing J.C. Sebastian as the voting delegate and flag bearer during the Parade of Flags for the city of South Fulton at the 2025 Georgia Municipal Association Annual Convention.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Oh, we're not voting.
I said, is there any discussion? And you raise your hand. All right. Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. Oh, 7-0.
What do you have against twirling? Oh, okay. The chair, please sound the last item.
Next item is item 4, request council approval of a submission by Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown in response to an invitation from the chair of the Fulton County Commission, Rob Pitts, to travel to Warri, Nigeria on August 20th to 27, 2025, to attend scheduled meetings with various businesses and organizations that have an interest in building a relationship with Fulton County and its cities, and attend the 4th coronation anniversary of His Majesty, the Oga Ami Otuwasti III Olu of Warri. The delegation includes various Fulton County elected officials. The cost is limited to air transportation and per diem.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So according to the international policy, it says pre-approval requirements. All international travel must be in form of a written request and approved by City Council by majority vote at least 30 days before departure. A written request must include purpose and objective of the travel, detail itinerary, duration of the trip, estimated costs including airfare, lodging, meals, transportation, and other expenses, expected outcomes and benefits to the city. Approval must align with budgetary allocations and the city's strategic and pre-approved economic strategic plan. So I can't support this because I don't see that in the portal. I see a letter and it does give the itinerary, but it lacks the details that are outlined in this requirement. And if we're gonna hold it, we gotta hold everybody to the policy that we adopted. And that's just my discussion. Thank you.
All right. First, I just want to say, for the record, I don't have a vote. I think those standards are ridiculous. People go to Congressional Black Caucus weekend. None of us are Congress people. It's a big party. I'm gonna tell you, I've been. It's a big party, and I think that travel anywhere should have the same standard. That being said, I support travel everywhere. I don't get a vote, so that is just those are just my comments. Councilwoman Bell, you are in the queue.
I just had a quick question regarding this, and this is specifically to Councilwoman Williams-Brown. Can you tell us information as far as the strategic, how it may align with the strategic plan of the city? Oh, that was your question. Okay. And the overall vision.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bell, for the question. And if I can bring to council's remembrance, when we started down this road with rewriting the policy, Councilwoman Gumbs, I believe that you asked the question if any of us had any additional travel, and I indicated at that time that I anticipated there may be something coming up in May that was going to be very similar to the trip that was taken in October, where we went to India to meet with businesses. Actually, on that trip, as we discussed during the retreat when we were all at dinner, having a very robust conversation about all of the travel that we had taken, that it was going to be, that trip and any upcoming trips were going to be for the specific purpose of talking to businesses and organizations that are interested in coming to Fulton County to do business. And I also believe that I said at that time, and Mayor, keep me honest because I believe this was your question, that during the trip to India, we had identified 26 businesses that had expressed an interest in coming into Fulton County, several of which I had personal meetings with upon return to talk about putting warehouses and utilizing warehouse space on Fulton Industrial. So this is going to be a very similar trip as what had already been discussed and had already been disclosed. To that end, for the Qatar leg of the trip, we had, as I indicated previously during that very robust conversation during the retreat, that we had met with the individuals in Qatar, to include one of the crown princes that had put on the World Cup in Qatar, and that they had talked with us about what was needed to put on the World Cup, the type of support that was going to be needed, many things which Chairman Pitts himself echoed at the Cities United breakfast that those of us who attended got the chance to hear from him himself as we prepare to welcome the world to not just Atlanta to attend the World Cup, but to the entire Fulton County region. And I would bring to everyone's remembrance what Chairman Pitt said regarding how everyone cannot attend the World Cup because they cannot afford it. And so they would be looking to all 15 cities in Fulton County to participate in hosting people who are coming to us from around the globe to have a good time and to support their version of football, which we call soccer. To that end, this trip is going to be a continuation of that activity. So we are hoping, alongside representatives from Fairburn, as well as State Representative Schofield, to include our own very own lobbyist, Andrew Long. If you read the email, he is on this trip as well. We are looking to continue the work that has begun. There is an existing MOU with Nigeria, and we are continuing to pursue these types of activities to bring not just the city of South Fulton to the world, but bring the world to the city of South Fulton.
And my second question, I know you mentioned, or I know it's stated on here that the cost is limited to air transportation and per diem. Can you explain more as far as the budgeting and the cost associated with this? Because
So we have not yet calculated the per diem. We've not yet calculated the per diem because I have not yet done the travel form because it has not yet been approved. However, the airfare is going to, depending on when this gets approved and I can book a flight, the airfare is looking to be about $3,000 if I am able to book this in the morning. Of course, if I'm not, it goes up.
You want to bring that cue back up, Mr. Clerk? All right, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you. Councilman Williams-Brown, it is football. Yeah. So my question is for Attorney Kelly. I do support us reaching out to the world and letting them know that we're here. Within maybe weeks of getting elected, it is a conversation that I've had with our Visitors and Convention Bureau. What are we doing to bring the rest of the world to us here? When the mayor sent out an email almost a year ago about some of the things that he would be doing, or what we should be doing, he sent it to all of us. I replied to him directly in a one-on-one, and I said, listen, as the only foreign-born elected official on this council, I believe in reaching out to the rest of the world. And whenever I travel, I tell people about my adopted home. I do that all the time. So I do believe that we have tons of room for exposure for our city internationally and to grow our business base internationally. So it is not, to me, I don't have a problem at all with the idea. What I really want to make sure is that we are following the policy that we established. So my question to you, Attorney Kelly, was the policy followed in this case to get this to this agenda as an agenda item?
Strict adherence, no, required what she said to be reduced to writing. Now, what the council can do is approve it pending her putting what she said in writing, but as the policy is written, no.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Willis.
So I have no issues with the world getting to know us and we getting to know the world, but everything must be done in decent and in order. We just had this big controversy about international travel, and I would like to refute what the mayor said. I don't go to CBC to party. I can document every workshop that I attended. I attended a transportation workshop, and we don't have to be congressional leaders to attend. The congressional leaders host it, but it is for county, state, and local elected officials. I attended a transportation workshop. I attended a workshop on affordable housing when I did attend 3 years ago. So no, I don't go to I don't go to conferences and party on a dime of taxpayers. Now, they do have social events for us to attend, but I always make sure that I attend the conferences. That's when I go to Congressional Black conferences, and that is not just for congressional leaders. That's when I go to GMA, and that's when I go to National League of Cities. I would also like to refute that you said that we all did international travel. I've never done international travels my 8 years on this council because we have an economic development strategic plan, and it does not speak to international travel. It gives us the roadmap on how to pursue economic development. The economic development director, former economic development director, said that he has not even been spoken to about economic development, and he was making six figures. Now, Ms. Davis is over economic development. Has she been spoken to? The chair of the Development Authority and the Downtown Development Authority, they have not even been spoken to. We have six vehicles to steer economic development in this city. And these people are not even being communicated to. The mayor of the largest international city in the state of Georgia, the largest international city in the state, in Fulton County, told Ms. Subadan, I think Ms. Davis was at the table, told Councilmember Rao that he does not take international trips on the backs of taxpayers. He said he's been to Ghana. He has been to several countries. You know what he says? He uses his campaign contributions. He takes a delegation. He makes sure he takes a delegation. And then he says that if his trips are paid for, if he's invited to other countries, he has to disclose that on his campaign contribution. He does not use the taxpayer dollars to take international trips. If 26 companies, and I do believe that you may have spoken to, where's the report that this has been done? Where is our return on investment? If 26 companies have been pursued, where's the nexus to the city of South Fulton? We have nothing has been reported to this council. These are questions that residents are asking us. They're asking us, where are the jobs? Where's the return on investment? Where are the companies? Our policy says pre-approval requirements require purpose and objective of the travel, detailed itinerary and duration of the trip, estimated costs, including airfare, lodging, meals, and transportation and expenses. You can get those costs right now by going into the website to get the daily rate. It gives us that. Expected outcomes and benefits to the city. Approval must align with the budgetary allocations and the city's strategic and pre-approved economic strategic plan. Speak for yourself. As long as I have been sitting in this seat, I can show nexus to when I have gone to Congressional Black Caucus, when I've gone to National League of Cities, and when I have gone to GMA. I've never gone to any of these conferences and not taken some type of training that I can bring back and utilize in my own role. And I'm not against international travel, but when I talk to several business owners that are right here in the United States, right here in the city of South Fulton, that are right here in Metro Atlanta, and when they say they can't even get an opportunity to do business in this city, there's a problem. We need to look at our policies, our procurement policies, and we need to get a disparity study done so that we can put a minority business program in place so that people can do business. We need to make it easier for people to do business in our own Metro Atlanta local municipality. The nation was built on small businesses. We need to cultivate what we have. And we need to position ourselves so people can pay for us to come see them. Not so we can use the taxpayers' dollars, the backs of our taxpayers, to have to travel to go see them.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
All right. So I guess my question is, again, I appreciate Councilwoman Williams Brown bringing this. It does seem like how it was displayed a party. We're going to celebrate an anniversary and they threw in about, y'all are going to visit businesses and stuff. My question is to city manager or to, I guess, assistant city manager. What is the strategy for the businesses locally? I have yet to see that. And this is concerning because, again, when we're focusing bringing businesses internationally back to the United States, where's the disconnect? It's the disconnect to our community. I'm not saying I love international travel. And for the record, I've never traveled on the taxpayer's dime. I've always spent my own money. So I don't know where that came from about all of us have traveled internationally on the city's dime. That's not the case. I travel on my own dime internationally. But my question goes back to what is the strategy of getting businesses here locally versus us having to go internationally to bring businesses to South Fulton? Somebody, anybody. I need to turn my mic.
So Councilwoman, that's a very loaded question. We have the economic development strategy. As you know, we're in the process of recruiting for a new economic development director. So I don't think I can sit here today and present our entire economic development strategy for local businesses. We recently hired a new procurement director. One of his priorities is minority and local business recruitment for a lot of our city work. I don't think that, based on my experience, because of our large minority participation in the community, we're not going to get results from a disparity study that will allow us to do a local preference. That's just not realistic. However, we definitely can do more to target our minority and local businesses. And he's already approached me about how we can do that. And he's only been here a couple of weeks. Can I say one other thing, or do you want to finish? So I will say this. Councilwoman did send the letter to me and to Corey and asked us to put it in the agenda system. In fairness, the information we had was limited. They don't have the full itinerary, and they shared that with us, that they don't have the full itinerary at this time. I will also say this. In our strategic plan, we talk about increasing collaboration. We have a challenging relationship with Fulton County. I think it's important to foster a stronger relationship with our umbrella county. It's not helpful to us to snub them. The second thing I will say is item 3 in our strategic plan is to enhance the city's financial stability and economic diversification through strategic leadership and community partnership. I don't think that is limited to what happens inside of our borders. And specifically, if you go to item 2, foster a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem, which talks about partnering with stakeholders. A city of our size cannot be myopic in my view. So what I would say in terms of the technical pieces of the agenda item that were left off, I don't think that's on the councilwoman. I really think that's on staff. I didn't go back and look at the policy, to make sure that all the I's were dotted and T's were crossed, and we legitimately did not have and do not have the full itinerary at this time. And I am certain that when we get that, it can be submitted to council.
I definitely wasn't being, whatever the word you just used. Can you repeat that again? Myopic. I was definitely not doing that. But I do believe that there are businesses, not just in Fulton County, but in the state of Georgia or in the United States that we can pursue locally to bring businesses to the city of South Fulton. I'm not saying that international travel is a bad thing. What I'm saying is that really a priority right now? And that's my concern, is that we're using dollars, even if it is out of our district budget. But what is the return on investment coming back to the city of South Fulton? So what, 5 years from now, 6 years from now, 10 years from now, they'll remember, oh, one of the council members went over to Nigeria to do whatever. I'm just saying, I just don't think that the timing is right for this, but it is what it is. And I wouldn't think it's a snub to Fulton County as well. I just think that
Okay, before we go to our second round, I want to say thank you, Madam Subadan, for that. I thought you elucidated some very important points about partnerships. I didn't talk while anyone else was talking, so I'm just going to ask for the same respect from my counsel that I've given everyone all night. People do remember 5, 10 years. People in these countries really do remember people that have visited. When you go, and I've been clear. I know that everyone in this council doesn't even have a passport, and it's obvious. But when you do travel, one of the things that people will talk about is the last person that came, which may have been 5, 10 years ago. So people do remember this. It is about relationship building. In the State of the City address, I had someone speak to, a local South Fulton business owner. This isn't just about bringing international businesses to South Fulton, but it is about opening up international markets for South Fulton entrepreneurs. And at the State of the City, we gave a testimony of a South Fulton entrepreneur. We have millions of square feet of warehouse space here on Fulton Industrial Boulevard where we are sitting, and a lot of the products that are in those warehouses come from outside of the United States. Because as our president has pointed out, we don't make that much. So I do want to point that out. I also want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, because all these sorts of accusations are flying around. The mayor of Atlanta makes $237,000 a year. He just had a salary raise from $202,000 a year. If I made half that much, I wouldn't be charging any trips on a P card either, because I would have the money. That's just me. And then lastly, I want to refute allegations that our economic development office has not been involved in these trips. Anyone under the sound of my voice or watching this video, please feel free to do an open records request for emails between me, mayor at cityofsouthfultonga.gov, and artie.jones@cityofsouthfultonga.gov, our economic development director. You will see that over the course of several trips in several countries, not only did the economic development director and I have conversations, but he helped develop marketing materials that were given out around the world. So it is not true that people have not been doing that work. It is not true that no tangible results have been yielded from these trips and relations. Like none of that is true. And if that is the standard, that a travel should yield a tangible result, I can say that many of our domestic trips, we go. I don't know that we brought businesses back from those cities. I know that we go and we attend classes. I don't know that much of the legislation, I'm always bringing legislation back from all sorts of domestic trips that never gets passed. So that's, I don't think that it's a one-to-one comparison. This is about, as it's often said, politics is about relationships, and this is about relationship building. With that, Councilman Sebastian, this is your second time.
Yeah. Point of clarification.
Madam Attorney, do we stop conversation for a point of clarification? This is a new one for me.
For a point of clarification, no, I don't believe that that's an official title of a rule. There's a point of order. You can call the question, but a point of information, but a point of clarification, I don't think that that's a
point of information.
Do we stop for a point of information? All right. The chair recognizes Councilman Willis for a point of information.
Point of information, you stated in your statement that it was obvious that everyone didn't have a passport by the questions that we asked.
No, I didn't say that.
You just stated that.
No, I didn't say by the questions that we asked. I said by the way that we act.
Thank you for that statement, but I want to say is the way that we act is that we don't want to spend taxpayer dollars on frivolous international trips. And I think now we all do have passports, and I'll be traveling this week on my dime.
I don't know that that was really a point of it. Did that feel like a point of information to you, Madam Attorney? Because it didn't feel like one to me. So I'm going to go back to the queue, and at any point, if anyone wants to call the question, that's absolutely fine with me as well. Councilman Sebastian, this is your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Superintendent, thank you for bringing some clarification to the process about what happened. I'm gonna repeat this. I do not have a problem at all with you have to invest money to make money. And sometimes we invest things and we don't see the return right away. And then down the road it pays off. I hosted here a few weeks ago some international investors. I did not go to them, they came to us. But that's not going to really happen too often. And a lot of times we talk about wanting stuff here, and we don't have a lot of path towards getting those things here. And we have to find different ways. I don't think this is either or. As Councilmember Gum said, we really need to figure out what is and I'm probably paraphrasing here, what is the overall strategy towards getting investors, local, regional, national, and international, to invest in our city. And also to create markets for our folks here to ship stuff overseas. We have the Port of Savannah in our state, just down the road. So I don't think the issue really is that whether or not we should choose local versus international. I think it's how we go about doing both. That is the issue. And I actually, based on what City Manager Superintendent said, I actually want to make a subsequent motion of saying that we approve this and allow the councilwoman and staff to go back and fill in, and legal, to go back and fill in the gaps according to the policy. Because again, this is new for us. So that's my motion.
All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor. I've heard a second from Councilwoman Bell. I just want, before we head to discussion, Madam Attorney / Parliamentarian, the threshold for substitute motion is 4. All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes. I'm sorry. I have one more procedural question. Now that we're in a substitute motion, does the queue restart, or do we keep going through the queue as it is? Okay, please restart the queue, or I don't know if you want to start a second queue. I saw Councilwoman Gomes first, and I'll come to you next, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Gomes.
And I was in the queue as well.
For the substitute motion?
It starts over.
Yeah.
For the original one.
Okay, so I'll put you third. Is that okay, Councilwoman Dr. Rao?
Yes.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
The only thing that I do want to share is that we're still a new city, even though we're 8 years old, and branding is very important. If we can't perfect our system here locally, how do we expect to go and recruit internationally? That is my biggest thing, is that we need to have our stuff together locally before we're going to ask somebody to come over here and do business with us. If people locally can't get through the business permitting and processing system, how frustrating would it be for somebody to go international and come over here and try to do business in the city of South Fulton? So my only request is that we perfect our system here before we start going out and recruiting businesses internationally to come and put all eyes on our city if we don't have our stuff together. And that has probably been the most frustrating part. I get relationships and everything. Mayor, you did a good job by going over and branding the city, but also at the same time, the return on investment is, are they willing to come to the city of South Fulton? And if they can't get through the process, how frustrating is that? So that is what my only ask, city manager, economic development director, or whoever, is that if we're out branding this city internationally and locally, we need to make sure people can get through the process. And do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, we do. We got some more discussion. I agree with you 100%, Councilwoman Gums. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, you're next. And we're debating the substitute motion, just so you know.
Well, I call for the question.
Okay, now the call for the question does require 5 votes. Is that correct? All right. Are there 5 votes to call the question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 votes to call.
6.
6. There are 6 votes to call the question. The question has been called. All right, let's vote on this substitute motion. Would you just restate the substitute motion, Mr. Clerk?
Substitute motion was motioned by Councilmember Sebastian, seconded by Councilmember Bell, to allow the Councilmember Williams Brown to complete the application and fill in the blanks, and along with the city attorney to complete the application.
I thought I understood his motion to be a conditional approval pending me getting with the city manager and the city attorney to fill in what blanks I can at this moment.
Okay. All right, let's vote on that conditional approval. Yes, we'll take this vote by show of hands.
1, 2, 3, 4. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
That's 5. 5 yes.
All right, please sound the next item. We had some walk-on items.
Yes, sir. We had one item was a Young Boss Festival. The correct date is August 9th, 2025. And then also Councilmember Bell had an event for July 26th, Mind, Body, Soul, Mental Health Awareness. And then the date change for the mother and daughter brunch from June 14th through to July 12th.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve these events.
Motion to approve as sounded. Second.
It's been probably moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn.
I move to adjourn. Second.
It's been properly moved
Second.
and seconded. Any discussion? Yes. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
We're not meeting in June at all. And so do you all have some things that you all need to give us in executive session? Can I wait? Are we waiting another month? I know the city attorney had a real estate transaction she had, and then Councilmember Sebastian, do you still have a personnel matter?
Well, point of information, we are meeting in 2 weeks at a retreat that will be publicly advertised. So if there is any exigent items, we could add them on there.
That's a release. I'm going to send a memo on that item, so it's not something we need to go into executive session about.
All right, let's take this vote to adjourn.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 10:20 p.m.
See you all in July, ladies and gentlemen. South Fulton forever.